Fun.
Boobs and butts.
Hello and welcome, everybody. We are so thrilled to have you here with us at Tabletop Misfits for a charity fundraiser supporting the Trevor Project. While you saw us playing Vampire the Masquerade this last Sunday in a pre-recorded session, tonight we are playing Werewolf the Apocalypse. And it's live, baby! Cast, let's have you all wave, say hello, what's going on? We all know that the one other person in the corner is also waving, saying hello. Don't worry about not being able to see him just yet. Circling back just a brief moment, though, I do want to highlight that tonight we are supporting, by way of this game, and any efforts that you're able to lend to us by way of your donations, the Trevor Project, which is a phenomenal nonprofit charity that supports and educates youths in the LGBT community about ways in which they can support themselves to keep moving on. And that's a wonderful thing for which we want to shed light on and support this month, because Pride should be a wonderful time for everybody, as should the whole year round. But this month in particular, we want to spotlight a wonderful charity that seeks to assist persons, especially youths, who are struggling a little bit and need a little bit of help moving forward. So although we are happy to have you here watching, even if you're not donating, every dollar you do donate tonight through the link we have both in the chat and linked through the Tabletop Misfits Instagram does support the Trevor Project, and we are so grateful for all of you for helping us to support them. That said, this evening we are going to be playing a game within the World of Darkness. And stories within the World of Darkness tend to be centered about dark themes and situations. So we do want to provide to you the notion that some situations may be present tonight, or actions might be chosen by myself or our players that are a little on the darker side. So please watch with caution. Before we continue too much further, I've been doing a terrifically great amount of talking, and that just won't do. I would love to share the spotlight. I am going to have my players introduce themselves by the moniker, or alphabetically by the monikers of the characters they are playing this evening. Alex, please lead us off.
Hello, I'm Alex, and today I'll be playing the werewolf corpse artist. He's a great guy.
And so great. And Laura?
Hi, hello, good evening, folks. You can call me Laura or Tutu or Laura Tutu. My pronouns are she, they. And tonight I am playing Encyclopedia.
And I'm great at the alphabet because ENCY for sure comes before ENCO. Spencer.
I just went with.
Hello, my name is Spencer, aka Simply Samurai, the professional sword guy, and I'll be playing the Encompassing Heart.
And B. Dave, feel free to stay off camera if you'd like, but if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself.
No, now's as good a time as any because I'm being dramatic. Yes, hi, hello. It is I, B. Dave Walters, playing Odell, who is just a sweet boy. You don't have to worry about it. I would like the record to show, friends, those of you who are familiar with me and my work, I was a Shadow Lord before I was a Ventru. So happy to get back to my roots here. I will say I would be remiss if I didn't give a little speech that I always give for every charity game that I'm blessed to participate in. Thank you so much for tuning in. You could be anywhere. You could be doing anything. You're here with us. Word is there's a D&D game of some renown that might be coming on any minute now, and you're here with us. Thank you. Every dollar that you donate makes a real difference in somebody's life. Sometimes when we do these things, you might start to see large amounts of money flying around. There's been plenty of times in my life that I didn't even have an extra $5 to give to something. I know what it's like, but if you can give $1, that's great. If you can't give $1, signal boost, tell people we're doing this. Tell them that it's live. Let them know this is a Trevor Project support shirt from some years ago. It's a wonderful charity. And now I'm going back to being dramatic.
He says going back as if he's not always dramatic.
I feel so seen. I feel seen, Sam. Thank you.
Ha ha ha. James.
I'm James, otherwise known as Tabletop Misfits, and tonight I am playing Rivercutter.
Mm-hmm. And last but certainly not least, Aaron.
Hi, I'm Erin, she, they pronouns, also known as Travel Nerding Across the Internet, and I will be playing Tears the Heels.
And everybody, I will be playing all the bad guys and other forms of non-player characters you'll see in this session tonight. Tonight. Not too long ago, in the Rose City, Portland itself, a cataclysmic event of sorts, especially to the Pharaoh of the world, that is, the changing breeds, those who are able to shape or change their forms, to shift, using the power of Gaia itself, defenders of the planet, felt a great disturbance for the vast majority of cairns around the greater metropolitan area of the city of Portland were destroyed. This is a wonderful time on Earth for the cult of Fenris, one of the many tribes who has fully felt rage in their hearts and abandoned helping all other Guru in the fight to save Gaia. This is a wonderful time for stargazers who are insane, and this chaos works very well for them. The Black Spiral Dancers, in a similar effect, are delighted, for the cairns that were destroyed are now much more vulnerable to take on the influence of the worm. And characters like those you see here tonight, the Guru who are, for convenient purposes for the sake of this one shot, still fighting the good fight in favor of the wild and sometimes the weaver, are doing their best to keep the lights on, so to speak. Many packs are made out of convenience to take on Fomori, or possessed humans, by way of rogue spirits of the worm who are cropping up in just about every Pacific Northwest city. There are whole septs that are devoting their causes to bringing back the spirits who surrounded these cairns that have been sundered so that maybe they can rise again. But on this night in particular, our player characters are celebrating. Not too far away from Vancouver, just over the border into Washington from the city of Portland, is the city of Amboy. City might be a little bit of a generous term, for you see, Amboy is damn near close to being unincorporated territory, but for many in the Pacific Northwest who call themselves Garu or some of the other Fera, it's home. And as I have each of you introduce yourself, and for the sake of convenience, I'll do so in the same order that you shared your human counterparts tonight, what I'll ask you to say whilst on your way to a local bar to sort of knock a few back in celebration of pushing out some of those goddamn Black Spiral Dancers is letting us know what you might look like and how you prepare to go to a night out, a night of celebration where you're not on duty. And we'll begin with Alex. Who are you? What do you look like? And how are you preparing?
So walking to wherever the bar is in this very small city that we're in, you see a white guy about 5'9", 5'10", slim build, kind of looks a bit nerdy. He's got like just slightly short back and sides, gel back hair, like a few freckles. He's wearing like a dark blue polo shirt and beige khakis with some sort of nicer his fancy trainers in black, carrying a satchel at his side made of dark brown leather. This is Corpse Artist, and he kind of just looks like generic white man who has a job walking down the street, and not many people tend to notice him because he is so generic, and he is not really used to being asked on nights out or prepared for nights out, so he sort of brought some Sudoku books with him just in case. Also, just like even a thermos of tea in his bag, which he's aware might not be allowed into the bar. But the misnomer that Sam said of being off duty doesn't exist to him, for he is always aware. So as he walks down the street, he notices everything and everyone that passes by as he makes his way to the designating meeting place, which of course he looked at on Google Maps, knows the layout, knows the amount of people that are usually there, knows what time it's popular, knows what the weather's going to be for operational reasons as he walks up to the front of the building.
And it sounds like you're very well ordered in this respect, but Corpse Artist isn't always the one in charge, and to keep things spicy tonight, all of our wolves will have a baseline rage of 1, but are you a little bit angrier on your way to Nick's Bar and Grill? Please make a rage check for me. 1 die.
I failed.
Good. You're looking at your Sudoku book and you're thinking about that one puzzle you couldn't finish yesterday. That shit was moderate. Moderate. And you're well on your way to heading over to Nick's with a 2 in rage. As to what that implies and how that might play out in later events, we're going to shift our scenes over to the accidentally next in the alphabet, Encyclopedia.
I think Encyclopedia is actually driving themselves to the bar and grill. In there, it's a Kia. It's a darn Kia, guys. But they're sitting behind the wheel in this little blue 4-door that's got all manner of snarky stickers posted along the back bumper. This androgynous black, for now, humanoid-looking person is dressed in the casual jeans, t-shirt, steel-toed boots, and a leather jacket. As they pull up into the one of the nearby parking spots, they grab a computer bag out of the passenger seat because they cannot help it. They're gonna have to be plugged in no matter where they are. And they'll get up, slam the door, lock it, and make their way towards the front of the establishment.
And Encyclopedia, you are heading on over to the main entrance, and what you see next isn't strange at all, not to you. For a Thurg can see spirits throughout the world at all times and in any place. But it is the horned serpent, the primary spirit of your auspice, that seems to be circling the posts in front of the door to this bar, almost as if it's seeking to gain your attention. If you don't mind doing so for me, could you please build a pool with your character's wits and insight to see if you can discern what this spirit is trying to say to you without having to shift or using gifts to otherwise interpret what it's meaning?
While that's going on, we have had 2 donations for the Trevor Project since this moment has happened. We had $77 coming from Inked Game Master and $100 coming from Glitched ETV. Please let us know how you would like to incorporate that into the story so we can make sure that gets there. And thank you very much for the donation.
Thank you.
Storyteller, just you said we are all at baseline 1 rage.
And you're absolutely right. Before building your pool, please go ahead and make your rage check for me.
Beans. That's a failure.
Well, getting out of the car, before seeing the horned serpent itself, you notice somebody dinged my fucking Kia. My Kia. And we're not going to spend too much time on that to keep things moving forward, but you're pissed about it.
You said what's an insight?
Yes, please.
That's a whopping 2 dice. That's 1 success.
You know, I have to ask, is the other one a failure with some teeth marks with dots next to them?
It is not.
Okay, I'm not worried for you then.
We're not fucking shit up right away.
Not in the slightest. It wouldn't be the first time. Now, the serpent is looking to you seemingly annoyed. You are a spirit caller, and you should be able to figure out weave between 2 posts means. And
Okay. All right.
It gives you a look that you interpret without dice rolls of, come on. You're not that daft, are you, Wolf? And as you contemplate whether or not you are that daft,
I just squint at it. Listen here.
Mm-hmm. I assume that as we veer briefly away from you, you are possibly out loud chatting to a spiritual snake.
Just muttering under their breath, just irritated. Just, okay, really? There's no need to be rude.
And we're going to go ahead and move over to Spencer. Where do we find Encompassing Heart, and what do they look like? How are they preparing to celebrate it next tonight?
So Encompassing Heart is a aspiring corporate lawyer. So he's working on his thing, been very diligent. He is wearing full head of black hair. He is more black presenting, at least for now. And he can't be having any kind of time to do with this. So he ordered an Uber. He's on his way, heading there, looking at some more corporate law books. And of course, traffic's bad. Uber's gonna get him here a little bit late. We started a rage of 1, right? But it's not that bad. It's fine. It's fine. So that's what we're getting ready to celebrate. We're going to hopefully be on time to the establishment.
Excellent. And because you said hopefully, you're not messing around with Ubers. You're not leaving it to chance for anybody else. Are you driving or are you walking?
I think we're going to end up walking because the Uber's going to be late. So we are pitter-patter, getting at it.
Excellent. So pitter-pattering, probably in nice shoes, but not your nicest shoes, because you're going to a dive, and this is a celebration. Go ahead and make that rage check for me, please. Oh,
That is a fail.
that is a fail. I was going to make
It is a
sure.
fail.
Excellent. So with your failure, you couldn't help but put on those, probably not Cole Haan because we don't want to get sued, but Cole Haan-esque shoes that look nice on the top but have the athletic bottoms so that they're comfortable, but they look right for every occasion. And you're moving along down the street. Next to Nick's is a couple of other restaurants and businesses. And unfortunately, what they also have is a pretty old gutter system coming down from the sort of strip. And I'm seeing reactions from some of the other players. One thing the Pacific Northwest has in great abundance is rain and birds. And just then, whether it was the worm
Right.
itself or pure chance, it seems as though a clearance was able to come through finally, and whatever might have been blocking up that gutter, and all over the left shoe in particular. So it's not just a mess, but it's an asymmetrical one, is a cavaclod of dirty gutter water and a variety of different birds' feces.
Everything's great. It's great. Just gonna shake it off a little bit, look around. Hopefully it's not, permeating those shoes because they're not my best shoes, but I like those shoes.
And you're quelling the rage to the best of your ability, but looking around and about, you can't help but also, just for the briefest moment of the world, being of the Phylodox, the half moon auspice yourself, you feel sort of a little bit of the rage. You feel as though you're able to interact with some of those spirits that are always present, even if they might not be visible. But you shake it off. If you wanted to, you could dip your other shoe. Yeah.
No, I mean, it'll be fine. I'm sure we'll get to the establishment. I'll just ask for like those little napkins or little canvas wet wipes. It'll be great. It won't be awesome, but it'll be great.
Mm-hmm. All right. And as you potentially think about how this was the one night you didn't bring wet ones in the pocket, we snap cut once again directly away in the direction of Odell.
In a nearby alleyway, there is a man who looks wholly unremarkable. He could be anybody, just a dial tone when you look at him, and he's kind of looking back and forth very nervously as he's surrounded by a group of clearly very sketchy drug dealers. And he just says, I can't I can't have anybody know that somebody like me is doing something like this, so it's just, I appreciate you guys being cool. Discretion, I would just be ruined if this got out. And he just sort of fumbles with some cash, and when he fumbles with the cash, he drops a business card that just says Thomas Becker on the card. And he takes the bag of candy and very much huddles around the corner. Like he's just like kind of squirrely and mousy. And the moment he comes around the corner, he just stands up straight completely like Kaiser Soze and just throws the drugs in the trash and keeps walking.
You do receive, probably about a minute or so later, would you imagine yourself to be carrying a smartphone or a burner or something in between?
Did I know I'm coming to work today?
You knew you were on your way to a party. Were you going to stay that long?
I probably would have both. I'd probably have my real phone and a burner on my person because in my line of work, it's that's directly relevant.
And it is the burner that you get a... Do you take it?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. There's never not a good time to be doing business because business never stops. And as you check this phone, it says something along the lines of, "We're already getting hits. Good work." And maybe about 40 seconds later is when you get the notification on the other phone, and you already know what that one is. As about a paltry $8,000 finds its way discreetly into one of your bank accounts.
I immediately reroute 2,000 to the restoration fund for the lands around a nearby cairn, but I filter it through 3 or 4 shell companies. I don't want anybody to ever know it was me that gave the money.
3 or 4 is kind of light for you. I can tell you're going to a party tonight because you're, a little more relaxed.
There's worse things than knowing I'm a fan of the outdoors.
Mm-hmm. All right. And are we shedding sort of the bad posture or the bad clothes, or I assume bad clothes.
Oh yeah, no, he just looks. I very much, even with his posture, was just dressed like a tech bro. It was all in the like very mousy performance that just drops immediately when he comes around the corner.
Excellent. You take off your zip up vest and flip it around to the other side, so to speak. Okay. And B Dave, I don't want to leave you out here. Please make your rage check for us.
I did, and cool as a cucumber. It's for me. It was Thursday.
Almost as if the act of donating to a delightful cause quelled any rage you might have been able to experience this night, not of your own volition. And much like the others, even though you potentially haven't seen them just yet, you arrive at Nick's. Any other introductory business before we move forward?
I would say I would not come in the front door of Nick's. I would do everything in my power to come in through a side or back door, even if it meant coming to the kitchen.
I would have to imagine that it's a lot of potentially awkward waiting, but sure enough, eventually the kitchen door in the back does open, and Nick's is a common enough celebratory space for your kind that you can move in pretty easily, but you can always try for stealth.
No, I don't mind if I'm seen. To be clear, I know this is a place where our kind congregate. Is this somewhere I've been before?
It is where you've been before, yes.
I'm the kind of person
I would not large.
I would cultivate relationships with like the kitchen crew, the staff. Like I come in and be like, "Sup, Jorge," type thing. You know what I mean? Like I would be that kind of person if I've been here before.
And apologies to anybody in the greater South Washington area who just heard me say Alton. Amboy. I meant Amboy. I know maps. But yeah, you say hi to them. They give a wave to you. Somebody actually does offer just tater tots. They're ready to go.
Oh shit, tots. Let's go. Scoop up the basket and head on in. I will say when I enter the room though, I always stay to the side. I'm not full blown Strider trying to look all mysterious in the side. I'm just anomalous. I'm just on the wall.
That's another game you're playing in.
the guy nursing some tater tots next to the jukebox kind of thing. In fact, my affect would switch again to almost kind of like a goofy sort of like over by the wall.
Yeah. And it's a copyright compliant song we're all thinking of, and everybody loves it.
Sounds a lot like East. Yeah.
I know that one. Yeah. Before we move forward, the crowd has gifted us a willpower dot. Even though you're already full, you can go ahead and just add another. What's another to Mr. B. Dave Walters? And we have something else for the next thing that might happen. So I'll keep an eye out for when that becomes applicable. James, that might be you, which is your time to jump on in.
Yeah, so Rivercutter would not be near, well, I guess probably right away wouldn't be near this party, but rather down the road and in a little bit more of the slums, places where less fortunate are living. Today's the day at the soup kitchen. I'm there to help out. I don't have the the cleanest of clothes. The hair is kind of ratty and tangled. Got dirt on my jeans. My chucks are completely worn out. Half of the bottoms are out of it already. And you see what looks like a bike chain, or maybe it's a piece of some sort of metal hanging around my neck. But I do know that this party probably has leftover food. So I'm going to head that way to try to gather some extra food for the soup kitchen, as this is just a normal pass by.
Yeah. And as you amble out of this space, having done whatever it is that you might be able to help before intending to come back with further assistance, please make a rage check for me.
This is where we... in the meantime, Masker Angel also donated $15. So thank you for an additional donation. And that was a success.
Hey. You know, you, not unlike the other very philanthropic person who you haven't talked to yet today, so you don't know if that's the case yet or not, but James does. You have a string of good luck because you're using the power of Gaia and the gifts that she's given to do good. You didn't do anything with your claws and fangs tonight, not that you've described so far, but you are bringing good to this world that is facing so many problems. And you're on your way over. I have to wonder, is this Bone Gnar you're portraying also a phone carrier or not so much?
She would have a small, probably a basic phone, nothing crazy.
Sure.
I can receive pictures. I can get, I can get calls and texts, but I don't even know if I would have the money to have internet service.
Of course. That being the case, it's when you're popping by, undoubtedly a cafe or something else that you've had Wi-Fi on before, that you do get a notification. It's from a local area application that does serve to notify individuals who might be interested, or more importantly, businesses, of food that's going to be tossed or other materials that are like sort of a, hey, donations gladly taken, but please come get these because we're trying to like do as much away with food waste as possible. And you're looking at this notification that seems to imply that a bagel place all the way out here in Amboy still doesn't do the business it's hoping for and has quite a lot of highly caloric, deliciously baked goods that you could potentially swing by and grab as well. Maybe you do that before the bar, maybe you do that after, and you in particular stumble over, fuck, is that a rat? And
what was that?
Go ahead and make a wits awareness check for me, please.
Sure.
While you make that check, Laura, if you would like to make a quick notation just to call it out, it appears as though for your next test, you have an additional die to use. Thank you to our donors.
Amazing. Thank you.
I would be remiss. This is charity, but I would be remiss if I didn't point out you also can help the storyteller make things worse for us. I know you wouldn't do that. But it's charity, you know?
Yeah.
So
We can always make our lives harder.
You can always make our
for
lives
charity.
harder.
For charity. You
For
know?
charity.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Thank you for all the hookups, but it's for the kids. You know?
It's for the kids. That was a 1 success.
Okay. I'm seeing a bit of a pattern here, and it makes me happy. You notice nothing visually, but there's a little bit of a tweaking on the back of your Achilles. And very quick inspection does seem to imply that you've been bit and gnawed upon. And as a Bone Gnar, this is tribute? This is punishment? It's difficult to say when your patron spirit is the rat. And at present, it's difficult to discern whether or not you were just the unfortunate victim of a real rat, which would be bold because most fauna could tell what you really are. But you can't help but wonder, is this an omen for the rest of the night to come as you continue on your way over to Nick's?
Before I do that, I'm going to pull out probably some crackers or something that I've got in one of the many pockets that I'd be having in my jacket, and kind of lean down and try to see if I could find this animal.
To that end, I'm going to offer you something very silly because it's something that I'm going to offer as a pool item for the entire party. Did you want to use a reroll? One of our donated rerolls?
We can. I mean, why not? Sure.
Why not?
Be a real shame if we were to run out of those and rely on the kindness of strangers.
Right? Yeah. I'm gonna need a lot of kindness tonight because that was 0 successes on that one.
All right.
But but the hunger one was also just blank. So
thank you for
the
clarifying.
rage one. Sorry.
Oh no, I got you. Same world. Storyteller.
No, much different. Leeches, good boys. Leeches, good boys. There's a difference.
You gonna call your packmates good boys?
Yeah, why not?
Excited to see it. No. What makes this a failure? Oh,
I'm like, I don't have a humiliation kink, but that's cool. I mean,
I'm not saying don't. Whew, it's warm. James, to make this a failure, you unfortunately had already opened the wrapper and crumbled up the crackers somewhat. And when you don't see anything in particular, it's not even a convenient snack for yourself. She pockets the crumbs, or is she going to just nosh them down?
No, just nosh them down.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it'll give the creature a little bit of a sustenance.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll head towards the bakery.
Oh, you're going to the bakery. All right, James won't be in the Rivercutter won't be in the scene when we eventually get to Nick's. Perfect.
Okay, fine. I'll go to the bar and then we'll go to the bakery.
All right.
That's the plan, at least.
Aaron, where do we find Tears and Heels?
So Tears the Heels is similar to their friend Rivercutter. It's also doing the charity work on behalf of the environment by vandalizing a Cybertruck in a parking lot.
Chat, no donations needed. Whatever happens next, Aaron gets an additional 2 dice for whatever's about to happen.
Doing Gaia's work.
Mm-hmm. This, by the way, for anybody who's curious about some lore of Werewolf the Apocalypse, Gaia is the world, and the world is governed usually by the triad, or 3 forces of supernatural power governing spirits and all else. It's unfortunately out of balance and has been for a long time in favor of the worm. And Aaron over here, as Tears and Heels, is doing good work to bring the Weaver and Wild back into prominence. I'm going to stop stealing the spotlight. Aaron, please make a rage check, because I think that's going to matter with what happens next.
That is a success.
Okay.
As instead of rage, there is a blissful sense of glee as I had come into this parking lot looking for a bicycle, just a regular ass bicycle, because I don't use these fancy machines. But on the way, there's this big, ugly thing sitting right here. So I'm going to make a little bit of a stop, and I'm going to deal with it.
And let's see here. You have some abilities at your behest, and
Sure
potentially
do.
some items. You could also look around. Maybe there is that bicycle, but you're not going to ride it any longer. What's your plan?
I am going to go over to this truck, and I would actually like to use render down, because I am trying to render this thing unusable.
For all intents and purposes, you typically have to be in one of your greater forms for this to work, but I like enough of what's happening that if you don't want to do that at present, you're just gonna be fine. Do you look like your Hamid form, or are we going beast mode by chance?
How crowded is this parking lot? Am I away
I
from
need you
people?
to know I want this to happen. It's not that crowded.
Excellent. I think in that case, I probably am in that kind of like hybrid form. Loose shirt, partial wolf-like features, but just human enough that I'm still walking on 2 legs and wearing the one item that humanity has truly mastered that I am a very big fan of, which is a hat. And then baggy cargo pants and a baggy shirt, just my hat, so it's kind of like over one slightly elongated ear that's poking out the top of my hair. I'm gonna walk over, sharp claws. I'm gonna like try to channel into the spirits in this machine and just wreck this thing.
And the Weaver may not be the worm, but it too, unfortunately, now that the triad is out of balance, has its own destructive forces. And the Weaver probably has a lot to do with what's going on in this cyber vehicle. Please, for my sake, build a pool of strength and brawl. And at the very least, you'll get to add 2 additional die from going into your Glabro form, plus the 2 die I promised you, because I love this. But is there any other benefit you have from Rend Down that I'm not personally familiar with at present?
So render down gives me, let's see. So I do have to make a rage check for that, which I will roll. and that one is a failure. So I think on my I was in a good mood. I was gonna go find a bike. I was gonna go meet up my friends. And as the chat has pointed out, nothing will send you into a rage like seeing an ugly ass Cybertruck in a parking lot. So as I walk over to this thing, I feel a little angrier. The partial wolf form is coming out. And I will say thank you to the 2 extra dice on top of the 2 from that form. And what I get in Strength and Brawl, I will be rolling a pool of 10 dice.
While Aaron's doing this accounting, I would say, thinking about this over here, Cybertrucks really are the Fomorian incest babies of the Weaver and the Worm. They're the worst part of both of those things. Yeah.
Hard
This is
agree.
the representation of everything I hate about humanity just standing right in front of me. And that is going to be a total of 6 successes. No crit, though.
The difficulty was 1. Again, because of what's happening, which means with an overage of 5, please describe what happens to this Cybertruck. You'll also have 10 seconds thereafter to vacate this parking lot, because whoever programmed their little custom sounds and what have you, although a good song, the vehicle begins screaming, bully, 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 I'm rocking all around, as you are destroying it, and that's gonna be noticeable. So please describe the destruction.
In partial wolf form, I'm just gonna go up to this thing and like break a window, like rip through a door, and then like reach into the center console. And as my hand like reaches in towards that screen and claws just tear through it, the actual roll for render down is a resolve and honor pool. So that's a total of 2 successes, which basically channels like the spirit of the carrion that has given me this gift to essentially corrode what is in this. And then as that horrendous noise is coming out of this car, I'm going to pull my hands back and I'm going to look around, and then I'm just going to take off running.
And as you're running down the street, you're doing what any good wolf, and I mean that in a few ways, would do. And you're serpentining, you're going down some alleyways. This is very much the act of a ragabash, ensuring that once you've taken a trail away from the destruction, you're doubling back on that trail to see if you've been followed, then taking a third different one to get further away. And as you do so, you see the shadow passing overhead as we're getting closer to sundown of the griffin you know is not present, as you understand that the patron spirit of the Red Talons is pleased with your actions at this time. All of our wolves eventually make their way to Nick's Bar and Grill, potentially with a giant bag of bagels that's not for them, it's for something else as well. And for everybody's sake, you've all had, whether it's 5 minutes, 10, 15, and whether you're at a point where you're potentially about to ghost the situation, or if you're looking forward to a long night of revelry with your fellow werewolves, some who are nursing wounds they weren't able to use greater forms to heal quickly, others who have taken more spiritual damage as a result of what can be possible from spirits who attack your kind. The door does a dramatic kick open, and you see a 5'4" woman walk in, clad in flannel because of course. And many of you would recognize her as the respectable Garu, who has unfortunately lost the wolf, but is nevertheless a prominent member of the Garu Nation, especially in the Pacific Northwest, Sarah Adams, a heart warden from down in Portland. And Sarah comes into the room, and everybody's watching with a little bit of nerve and intrigue, for wherever she travels now, acting more as an emissary than anything else, no longer able to shift, no longer able to see the spirits or touch the umbra. She is, unfortunately, a bad reckoning in most situations wherever she appears in nation circles. Potentially a good 3 to 5 minutes later, again, right on the edge of when some of you would undoubtedly be considering just leaving for the night, each of you in turn receives a tap on the shoulder from familiar Garu, who unfortunately themselves appear to be wearing wounds that are harder to lick than others. And they invite all of you to come back to a backroom space, which isn't large. The former arcade at Nick's is now just a private booth area with maybe about an additional 3 feet that separates it from the rest of the bar and grill. But the 6 of you perhaps 2 retainers that are familiar with Sarah, who gathered you here, and the former Heart Warden, or former Wolf's continuous Heart Warden, Sarah herself, are now all present. It's pretty packed for a booth at a bar and grill, I'm not going to lie. And she looks over to you specifically, Odell, and she says, how long have you been holding on to those tots? It was kind of a long walk for me.
I would say when he walks into that room, it is almost when he crosses the threshold, like he changes again. And he walks in almost like he's Judge Dredd, because that's what my job is, to pronounce final judgment on people. And as I walk right up to her and I greet her appropriately, I look down and I just say, I was keeping them for you, and hand her the whole basket.
I'd like to imagine that these 2 things happen. When you do reach the lentil, everybody feels the clap of thunder. And as you pass them over to her, everybody feels the rumble that usually comes thereafter. And she looks down and goes, thank you, good sir. And like the good guru she still is, she immediately noshes into them. Probably about 2 to 3 remaining in the basket. She looks about and she offers them to the rest of the group. I'm okay.
I could possibly. I'm full. It's fine. It's good.
Everybody, there's no way around it. You all need to leave this party. Excuse me. I had a little bit of there was some tot stuck in my throat. You need to leave this party with me. We need to get on over to Chalachi now. It is the full moon tonight, and word has reached our ears that some of those lost wolves, ones who are no longer connected with humanity in the slightest, have been causing some havoc throughout this county, and frankly, there aren't too many places that aren't being threatened by some of these wolves at present, who are no longer of their mind. They've gone fully to the worm, fully to the beast. We think we know where they're being made from. And I do mean made. Grab whatever you need. We'll talk on the way over.
Enough said.
You heard her. Let's go.
I mean, at this point, we have no choice.
Okay. And
when I will say, when Rivercutter says we have no choice, I stop and I look at him for a moment and I say, would you have chosen not to?
Of course not.
And then I turn and keep walking.
And as you all arrive outside, you notice that some of you with a little bit more keen vision see sparkles of broken glass on Sarah's elbow. And arriving outside, there is the most prideful steed imaginable for a group of werewolves, a Chrysler minivan, which does in fact appear to have a broken inward driver's window. Whatever was important, or whatever it is that she's conveying importance about, was enough to steal the iconic Chrysler minivan.
I was like, what do you mean broken inward window? I was like, what kind of minivan is that? Oh, inward.
Okay.
Rage
Pronunciation.
descending.
Pronunciation.
You're about to see a bestial fail. I'm like,
we're just gonna run out and be like, shotgun.
Yeah. With everybody inside the van, you do notice that she's simultaneously sipping on what appears to be a pretty old smoothie and also asking our Bone Gnawer companion if she can take one of those bagels that he has. She goes, I don't know if any of you have pups. I didn't think it was going to be this wild now that I no longer feel the wolf, but I cannot stop. Can I get at least one of those?
Of course, they're free. Why would you? I mean, yes. And she just tosses him, and she tosses her one.
Completely unbaked, uncut. She has an onion bagel in half of the hand and what appears to be like a poppy seed in the other half, and she just takes a raw bite of both. And she goes, okay, listen. There's this. Hold on. Don't want to choke again. Okay.
you can't eat like a wolf with a human esophagus. Like you know that, right? That's...
She's gonna make a rage check. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. She tells you all, Chilachi is off the grid, more so than Amboy over here, but those tech folks, and she looks over kind of at you awkwardly, Odell. Those tech folks from up in Seattle seem to have some interesting ideas of investing down here in the area because, you know, for all intents and purposes, the development of an eco community was a great idea, if not for the tanker crash that happened a few years after its development. This, of course, was late last year. There was that lake, I think it's Vale Lake or something of that nature, still has a lot of runoff, unfortunately. They were 2 years into the development. None of us have really thought about it apart from, you know, tearing down a lot of buildings that these people own because fuck them for half building a development and then giving up once it wasn't a sound investment anymore. We had a great time doing that. But out in Barley Ridge, this former eco community, a lot of the squatters have left because it's not healthy. Not many of our kind go wandering through there anymore because, unfortunately, without sufficient resources, it's just a hub of worm activity until recently. First, we heard by way of traveling through the Umbra itself that there was wild spiritual activity in the region that even there we didn't dare to go too near. And then, of course, we started hearing about more and more of those lost wolves in the region. And long story short, kind of a worst nightmare for a lot of us. I don't know about you guys, especially nowadays, since I can't shift. I'm a little bit claustrophobic, but there's a subterranean apartment complex. They didn't want to block views. They wanted the power grid to be fully subterranean as well. But there's a subterranean apartment complex out of which is a cairn of the worm that appears to have some sort of activity going on that is spawning these lost wolves. But the crazy thing is, there's also these insane videos about Barley Ridge where people are talking about how it's like the best wellness center in the world. And when you look it up, there's still just dilapidation. There's nobody living there, no services, no nothing of that nature. Apparently some of that subterranean power and water grid are still online, but people are talking about it like it's snake oil sales here. And she just passes back like what appears to be that like Razor smartphone. Thank you. Corpse Artist, you flip open this Razor smartphone and the video is one of those like looks maxing people, and their jawbone is probably like well out here, like a very good Jack Skellington that they undoubtedly were very into when they were younger. Not like that's a bad thing. That's me as well in real life. But they're like, yeah, this wasn't taking all that well. Turns out when you get bone grafted from elk, it's not going to take all that well if you don't have elk blood. It's wild. But check it out. Without elk blood, he holds up like this interesting scar on his forearm, which itself looks as though it's probably about 3 to 4 weeks healed. This cut was made 2 days ago, and I haven't felt any pain in my cheeks ever since. Barley Ridge is where it's at. Y'all need to look up The Bomb. And again, because I was called out for poor pronunciation earlier, that is The Balm, not The Bomb. BALM. Yes.
Storyteller.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be possible, as we're getting this information, given that Encyclopedia doesn't go anywhere without some sort of hookup to the internet, I would like to see what information I can gather via the World Wide Web, because I do have a specialty in hacking.
I would like you to please make an intelligence technology check.
That's a lot of dice.
Now, for everybody who's watching, once again, thank you all for being here. Thank you to everybody who's helped us in supporting the Trevor Project so far tonight. Also, for anybody who's curious, intelligence would have been the stat no matter the circumstances for this, but for this test in particular, I'm asking for Laura to make a preparedness check, which is usually intelligence plus the relevant skill.
That is 7 successes.
So the way in which many people on this call feel about Cybertrucks is the way I currently feel about Starlink, because of its principal way up here owner who has way too many commas in his bank account is heavily involved. And to that end, it's global Wi-Fi capabilities are a fucking nightmare, and somebody of your prowess was able to hack together their own that does not fuel the megalomaniacal mania. I can't believe I didn't stumble over that twice. Of that man who I won't call out at present, because I just don't like saying that name. But you put on your not Starlink on the top of the car, and you have instant, high quality Wi-Fi access. What would you like to look up?
I want to know the specs at this Barley Ridge place. Any information about this balm? Because this seems like the kind of thing that the holistic pseudo fitness wellness folks will be just raving about. And schematics always help.
Schematics are pretty dope. And while I gather that information for you, what's everybody else doing in the car? I do see Encompassing Heart has an idea or some input.
I was just looking through my other smartphone and trying to do a little bit of a, investigation on, first of all, where they're going to where the snake oil salesman stuff doesn't match up. And two, what's really going on?
Mm-hmm. All right. And for all intents and purposes, you too can do a check if you have an appropriate smart device. And for convenience sake, we could just go ahead and assume you do. Please make an intelligence investigation or a wits investigation, because you can be wise but not smart and find things out on the internet. Hey. And any other paths I can consider before I give just so much information to Encyclopedia and therefore the world?
There is a thing that I'm going to do, but it might be more relevant after I find out what they find out.
Excellent. Okay. Spencer, as you seek to build your dice pool, oh, you have something? No? Okay, perfect. So you were looking first and foremost into the layout of the building. Blueprints would be nice. And you were also looking for a little bit of the structure of the bomb. So very much in particular, the building that's being indicated, you're able to look at that smartphone over Corpse Artist's screen. You take a look at the video, you notice the name LM Estates, and that leads you to the Summerbaum Estates. It appears as though they very likely got their name, whatever this group is, from the location they've found themselves to be in. And this appears to be multi-level, by which I mean 3. It's, well, 4 if you count the very large basement that appears to be on the blueprints that you definitely find as well. But this is a communal hangout and sort of business center, base level, just subterranean, and then housing on levels 2 and 3 below, with a general purpose storage area on the very bottom. It does appear to be connected to a parking garage that is similarly subterranean, which means apart from its main entrance and 2 fire safety security exits, there is at least 1 additional entrance exit by way of the connected parking garage. The primary difficulty being of which none of these structures, apart from what appears to be a 30 by 40 entry space on the very top, appears to be above ground. Those are the details on the layout of the location, of which I can remind you as needed. The blueprints sort of indicate where shafts are that go to the elevators. Whether or not those elevators work is going to have to be discerned on site, because is the power fully going at present? It also tells you where to access those fire safety exits, which just appear to be not unlike subway exits and entrances, sort of just stairwells that lead up with something resembling a lentil overhead, etc. So without me continuing the draw on, which is usually my want, I'll just go ahead and let you know that you were able to find sufficient data and I can answer questions as needed for the layout. For the bomb themselves, when Barley Ridge sort of went under, the tanker went down some time ago. Squatters came in and were filling the houses, taking whatever was in the shops. And more importantly, groups were going into not just this one, but multiple multi-housing structures because they were less easy to track. They weren't individually owned, even by investors just yet. So the bomb was, for all intents and purposes, just a wellness group, which is to say they were a bunch of vagabonds, anywhere between ages 15 and 40 on average, of people who just broke away from society, were benefiting from a lot of the infrastructure developed by this eco group that initially was trying to make this place happen. And for a long time, in their history were simply just like wellness, come hang out, yoga. And in the last 2 months in particular, have been developing a much more cultish personality, specifically surrounding, well, looks maxing is a part of it, but spiritual wellness. No prominent figures, no key names, no, well, that's the cult leader, are readily evident by way of your initial internet searches. Spencer, how many successes or fail?
I had 2 critical successes and 1 regular success. No failures.
So just to be clear, is that 2 sets of crits or like one full crit? Oh, okay.
2
So
sets of
that
crits.
that sounds like 9 successes.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
pretty good investigation.
Now, for your sake and anybody else who you might be stream of consciousing this information out as I share it with you, but what again was your question? So I make sure I'm honoring 2 crits and a 9.
Sure. More so since doing all the legal thing and having more of that investigation know-how and trying to figure out what's actually going on, who might be taking advantage of these people, or just more what's behind it all.
Oh, of course. So what you're able to find is that when they initially came out to Barley Ridge, this group tried to link up with, and this is crazy because they don't have offices everywhere, especially not out here, but they tried to link up with this amazing nonprofit organization, the Trevor Project, who rebuffed them because they seemed pretty sus. But since you were looking into it, the Trevor Project is an amazing nonprofit that benefits LGBTQ communities, especially youths who are in crisis, which again isn't what you were looking for. It's just worth mentioning. And as you're looking further into the structure, you're getting some information from Encyclopedia, who may not be relaying all that information as they're looking through their own device, but they're saying enough that you're using the right search terms to go into whatever edifices you have access to as the law student that you are, including but not limited to a law library, which tells you that multiple actions have actually been made against this group of squatters by way of the owner of the building. It's an investment group that has been slowly buying up the initial, well, let's call it what it is, investments levied by whatever that company was out of Seattle. I'm not going to lie, I don't know what it would be called. Let's just keep moving forward. But this company is buying up all of these buildings, and over the last month in particular, they've been making very good work pushing out squatters. They've been retrofitting some buildings, and it appears as though they're not necessarily down with this notion of keeping it a green community, as some of the recovery work they've done so far, in addition to trying to clean up the spill from the tanker crash 2 years ago, has been to put in diesel generators, to put in less eco-friendly, less retained natural habitat style like causeways to bring in additional heating, traffic, etc. Everything that Good Guru would hate. Alex, I'm going to ask you a quick favor because I didn't write it down and I'm not finding it easily. Do you remember the name of this group?
The investment group, or
Yeah.
a different, more security? The Weston Taylor Investment Group.
You find information about the Weston Taylor Investment Group. Thank you so much, Alex. You can take an additional 2 dice to your next test that you want to use them on, not just your next one.
That just sounds
Alex,
evil.
God, Weston Taylor. It's one of those 2-name companies, which again, well, I'm sure Encompassing Heart, all of your reactions goes, yeah, those law firm style names. Weird.
Also, when you say it in a British accent, it becomes a lot more sinister.
Everything sounds ominous when you say it. Yeah, that's no. I'm into it, to be clear, but it does sound more ominous.
Diabolical.
So because you did so well, 2 crits making for a total of 9, you find that Weston Taylor actually helps out on a contractual basis with the IAO on occasion as well. They're not a subsidiary, but a housing contractor for the Information Awareness Office, which somebody of your caliber looking into the legal ways in which you can pursue the needs of the wild is associated with government hunters. So in some way, shape, or form, the owners of the property you're heading to presently has some ties to the government. The bad ones.
I'm going to, of course, cut out all the legal and just give it down the nitty-gritty to my fellow group. Be like, these people are the bad of the bad. We need to figure out what's going on, but we also need to be careful because this might also track back to us, and that's the problem.
And the last bit
From
of
the back
information
seat, you hear like the loud cracking of knuckles as finally somebody has said something interesting and understandable.
And in Encompassing Heart's voice is one last bit of news. Because you're able to look through the law library, and the law library also, for students of your stature, give access to permitting resources. You see what appears to be some form or another of county-supported actions being planned for tonight to unhouse squatters from not one, but 3 buildings in the vicinity. But the important one is the Summer Bomb Estates that you're all on your way to. And as you call this information out, Sarah goes, great. Waze says we're going to be there in about 8 minutes. Do we want to pull right up, or what are we doing, folks?
Are there any signs of habitation around anymore? Like, are there any more gas stations or even like a grove of trees or anything?
Now, funnily enough, if you were to use a variety of mapping services, you would learn that Amboy and Chalachi are themselves only about a 7-minute drive away. When you passed through Chalachi, you would have gone through the last mini marts and gas stations. It's the next 10 minutes up the hill towards the lakes that you would have absolutely no services to rely on. So did you want to grab something as you pass through Chalachi?
These all sound like nonsense made up words. The last place that is like even remotely safe, then like, yes, like a gas station or something. I would just be like,
Okay.
Sarah, pull over, please.
She does.
And I kind of like lean in between the seats there, because in Encompassing said they were getting up in the shotgun, and I just like lean over where I'm like kind of pretty close to her, and I say, this seems pretty heavy. Your fighting days are done, so why don't you hop out?
You see she's about to make a big stink, and being who you are, you have clocked that in this car is also what appears to be a sawn-off shotgun, and you smell cordite. And she reaches as if to say, I can still fight, towards something that's in the glove box. And then you also see her next hand go to her stomach. And she just says, fuck.
None of us doubt your heart. We don't doubt your courage. If we did, we wouldn't be in this car. But look, if this is a one-way trip for the rest of us, somebody's got to carry on the struggle, right? Right, everybody?
That's right.
Absolutely.
You've got pups to worry about.
This is this is your stop, Sarah.
She looks at all of you, and you see she's been so focused on this drive and relaying what information she could whilst housing 2 uncooked bagels, so that she hasn't yet wiped away the glass from her elbow, which she does now. And then she looks around at this gas station, and she zeroes in on a Nissan Altima and goes, fine, but I'm not going to be far if you need me. And hands over.
Do you want me to get in that door the nice way so you don't damage the other side?
She goes, that's what this unused sleeve was for, but yeah.
That's also what this is for. And I'm going to pull out like a long piece of metal that I use to pop into cars all the time.
Slim Jim.
Delicious.
Yep. Speaking of, there are Slim Jims at this mini mart, but she sort of like smirks and then gestures toward the car as if to say, let's see it.
I'm going to go try to break into this car without breaking the glass this
Without
time.
breaking the car.
Can I assist?
Yes. Now, this is... I don't want to blow your guys' socks off. This is a 2012 Nissan Altima. It's pretty nice. And
Okay.
what I would like you to do is build a pool for me of dexterity and larceny tiers and heels. And you can
I use
add
my
an
lock
additional
picking?
die. Yes.
While it's going on,
somebody
I'm going to
out
go
here
do
probably
some subterfuge on the inside, just in case this happens to be the teller's car. I'm just going to buy some snacks and something else to hopefully pull away from that. So I'll be like,
Cause,
you know, one of those
cause a
big
bit of a
trouble little
ruckus.
China, like, exactly, like, oh, what's guys going on? I'm going to get buy some snacks. And while they're doing that,
We'll say,
Of course.
while all of this is happening, still in the van, I kind of rotate around and look at Rivercutter and Corpse Artist. And to be clear, have we met each other before, or is this kind of our first time?
You for sure know each other. As to whether or not you've worked together, hard to say, but you do know.
I look at the two of them and I go, thinker, point Encyclopedia while she's out there. I'm like, thinker, pointed encompassing. I'm like, thinker. Look at Tears and I'm like, probably hit her. What are you guys good at?
Oh, staying visible without being visible is one thing.
Master of riddles, okay.
No, I'm just, trying to make sure that if I'm in a location, I see everything that's going on, but they don't see me.
Very useful.
Not to mention, I'm decent behind a wheel.
I just motioned to Sarah's empty seat now that she's hopped out. And I'm like, Corpse Artist. I that could mean a lot, by the way. What's your thing?
So many things.
Sudoku.
I'm like, why are there so many mistakes on yesterday's puzzle? Jesus, man. Like that was like, how did you not?
You see, he's writing. His eye twitches a little bit when you say that, but you see, actually, he's just been sat there, like listening to everyone this whole time and writing. And you see what he's actually writing in the Sudoku boxes is some sort of binary code, but you don't know what it means. And he's just been sat there listening. He goes, "I like Sudoku. Point me in a direction, and I'll help."
Fuck a Sudoku. And that is 7 successes with a crit.
Nice. Just for clarification, Encyclopedia has not gotten out of the van. They are making sure that if there is a security camera in the vicinity, it's having problems. Just like, oh man, damn, this thing's been rough, real rough.
So there's 6 of us, and it seems like only one of us gets their hands dirty. Shit, maybe we do need Sarah with the double barrel. Like, no, we got no hitters in this car right now. Is that what I'm hearing? We're just the brainiest squad of Garu west of the Mississippi is what I'm hearing.
I mean, in all
If
honesty,
something needs to happen, it will happen.
That's not a
I'm walking back out of there after I saw that pitiful success. Just making sure I have a bag and I have a bag full of snacks with Sarah. Just looking down, I'm like, we need to go soon. We need to go, but here's some snacks, some honey buns. Make sure you take care of the pups there. It's gonna be good.
It's good. Don't rush. And as like tack on the laptop.
Now,
with the
all
voluminous
of this is happening. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, with the voluminous amount of information we gained about this place, do we have a map?
By way of the
Blueprints,
blueprint,
right?
you certainly do, yes. And for edification, all of this happens virtually simultaneously. And Encompassing Heart, one of the reasons for which you come out and you say, we got to go, and Encyclopedia, as you're trying to tinker with the cameras, both of you in different ways caught the notion that the teller inside received a ping as a result of said cameras that appears to be tied to a hit on the license plate from its tracking on that camera, thanks to our donations to add a complication to the scene. You all know that there appears to be some heat on the van that you were potentially going to take from Sarah to head up the hill.
I think at that, it's like, we're fine. It's
Uh-oh.
This van's hot. We need to move.
We have to leave.
I'll handle that.
Yeah.
And
Hit it, Rivercutter.
Rivercutter hops out. You see,
I'm gonna do one of the slide across the wheel to get to the shotgun too while Rivercutter's doing it.
how far up is the camera?
10 feet.
Okay. My dexterity. Actually, you know what? I will utilize my cat feet to keep balance, and I'm gonna jump up onto a kind of like a bike rack, so I can get right next to that camera. Pull out a can of spray paint and just.
Now, for the record, I do believe I indicated that Encompassing Heart came back and said, we got to go. Teller seems a little cagey. And then you spray paint over the camera feed that,
Yep.
but for the record, was flickering out. I was just going to ride on the previous success with a tech check. It was in the process of fritzing, but it's hard to beat seeing. And as a result, it turns out Chilachi, or whatever gas station this is, has reasonable funding because you see shutters come down, and there's a bit of a red flashing light now just inside the door. So Sarah goes, "Great, thank you so much. I'll be nearby, but not that much nearby." And she hopped in the Nissan Altima with all the snacks
Like,
that were just provided.
You got this van. Yeah, so
We've got the van. We'll be fine.
Also, for the record, whoever added that donation, thank you so much. And this is making it very exciting.
Yeah.
Continue.
yeah, we
And I'll
should.
hop down.
Rivercutter, can we go fast now, please?
Oh, of course.
I'm gonna run back and jump in the
Uh,
back of the car.
Storyteller. The difference between gifts and rights, or rights takes some time, correct?
Correct.
All right, because I have a right that could help with this, but I don't think we've got the time. So
Have a
we
right
should
to
just-
I
Also,
would be
just
more than
do-
happy
it'll be
if you
later.
all circle up, connect with your
You-
patron spirits, burn some incense. The police
You
are
know
on
what?
their way.
I think you know what'll happen when they get here, so we should probably head on out.
Boot scoot boogie.
Mhm.
It's down,
Um,
go to town, turn around, boot scoop.
While we're driving, can I show Odell the blueprints too to make sure that they're seeing that where they just passing it around and trying to decide, one, are we going to go on one of the side exits? We don't know if the elevators work, if I'm correct.
I definitely look at this because on a meta level, one of the things that I'm trying to accomplish is be the mastermind of the pack and create plans and use my expertise to minimize surprises. So this is kind of the thing I do. So I'm like looking at the map here, and I'm like, Storyteller, is there any check that I can make to see if there would be any particularly tactical advantageous or expressly tactical disadvantageous places to pull our minivan into?
I would
You
also be willing to help on that.
Mhm. I need you, using what's directly in front of you, to choose either wits or intelligence. And I'll still call this an investigation situation, but choose your attribute that makes the most sense for your pool and give me investigation, and do your best. As you build that pool, Mr. Walters, corpse artist, you're still sitting inside the van and you're jotting down a cipher inside your Sudoku book, and the pages close on the book and then reopen exactly back to the spot you were yesterday when you were maybe not failing at a puzzle, but you were focused on something else. The north wind of your tribe itself is trying to get your attention at present. Please make a wits insight check for me.
Ooh, only 3. Ah, but you said I could add 2, correct? So it will be 5. 2 successes. Not the worst.
2 successes is more than sufficient. You look up at the window because the wind is gently pushing at your face, the north wind being forceful the way that it can be. And you look at a sign in the window that's flashing for Keystone Beer.
Being a former military man myself, would I know of that name?
You would absolutely know that Keystone is a private security company that usually finds itself to be at odds with endeavors that would counter, Molotoving factories and taking out oil trollers, but in a manner that's not bad for the ocean. Keystone is something you're very familiar with in an antagonistic fashion.
I'll look over to, I'm assuming Odell sat next to me in the back, because there's 4 of us in the back, 2 of us in the front, right?
Sure.
I turn over to Odell. I'm still jotting stuff down, and I go, you seem like you like making plans, correct?
More, I don't like surprises, but I suppose there's a significant overlap there. Yeah.
Yes. There could be a security contractor who is quite nefarious that I may have insight with that could be helping this investment group evict squatters from the building. Usually heavily armed, like to pretend they're real soldiers, but don't quite make the cut intellectually, if you catch my drift.
They just normal humans by and large, or something else?
To my knowledge, mostly human.
You see, I kind of look at him for a second, and my eyes kind of narrow, and I say, you wouldn't have happened to have been in Sarajevo in 08, would you?
That depends what you think happened in Sarajevo in 08.
I don't know. I wasn't there either. And just go back to looking at the map. Yeah. So unfortunately, one, does the information I just got impact me mechanically or any way, or is it just something that I now information I'm aware of?
It wouldn't affect your current test.
Then I am ashamed that this is not my best work, because we're involving a situation real time. It is but 5, but with a crit, so 5 total, but it is a crit.
Whilst looking down, I held my hand up with a number 5 on my fingers to indicate the difficulty of the situation. It was a 4, thanks to a donation. It became a 5. You nailed it. So
Thanks for the donation too.
It appears as though Barley Ridge had a community center. It had something of a food co-op building. It had no fewer than 30 individual residences and 4 mega complexes, all built largely with structures underground so as to maintain the natural space above. And you know that there are 5 private residences that are nearby the structure, but not so nearby as to be within a block or 2 of easy visibility to any sentries outside. And you can pinpoint 2 of them, one to the north and one to the west, that aren't apparently on this list that Encompassing Heart pulled up tonight. So yes, there's a house to the north, a house to the west that would make great spots to break into an underground parking garage, or I guess it is a parking garage, underground garage. Yeah.
I would direct Rivercutter to the far one, putting as much space between us and potentially police that are coming after us. And I just look around the van, and I'm like, I don't know how familiar you all are with my work. Full disclosure, when things get a little heavy, I'm not going to be nearly as much help. But what I am good at is helping us avoid the heaviness until we want it to go that way.
Would you like protection?
I wouldn't have made it this far without saying yes. So, sure.
Excellent. And you seem, as far as I know, your name is Odell, who walks with justice, correct? So you are a judge. You think of yourself as a judge? You think of yourself as a judge?
I am thought of as a judge, yes. My discernment is valued amongst my kind. And the discernment of my kind is valued by all.
I hate to interrupt all of this, but if we said we have to go now, then
I said where to go. I was like, there, okay. Go there. Yeah, so right.
Hit the gas immediately and speed up.
Yeah.
I figured we were doing this while we were driving.
Yeah. We're on the same page there. I'm not going to be mean about it. James, you do have to make a dexterity drive test.
That's the reason I was asking.
Yes.
Sorry, I think Corpse Artist wasn't done resolving something though. Sorry. Yeah.
Agreed.
Oh. If you spot anyone guilty, point me in their direction. A judge requires an executioner.
And I just sort of nod at him and I say, it's a good thing we both weren't in Sarajevo. And I still just kind of go back to looking at the map, but just kind of nod a little bit,
4.
4. 4, I'm going to go ahead and decipher as being sufficient for you to have hopped on the main road and to have seen just how far the sirens were flashing off the tree copses around and above. For as you moved from Amboy into the Chilati area, the naturalistic way of this outer Vancouver area or province has become much more tree-ridden, much darker, with the sun not having gone down all the way just yet. And as a result of that, sirens and the lights atop them are much more visible on the trees about you. You tear off at about a good 50 miles per hour, which isn't too much, especially for Chrysler's Town and Country. But with a 4 under 5, unless you want to use willpower, something is going to stop this plan from going as planned.
Well, a wild card variation that will like make our magnificent in and out smash and grab be less in and outy and more smash and grabby. Huh? It sounds made up. It sounds made up, chat. You know, in this game of make believe we're playing here, that sounds like not a thing.
So you want me to blow my willpower?
I'm giving you a chance to decide if this is worth burning a willpower on, because hey, chat, willpower's something you can donate in case they use it for silly things like drive tests. But James,
I have one. I have a willpower already for this, so why not? That's what we'll do. And for our chat, how does the willpower work again?
Willpower. How many dots do you have in total?
6.
6. So you can burn one of those 6. It can come back, and you can roll up to 3 dice, assuming that you have a number of non-rage dice that did not succeed on your current test to roll at present.
This is awesome. We have 6. 5. 4 of we're at 6 dice total. 4 of them are at 4 of them are a success. There's a rage dice that is a fail, and I have 1 that is a fail. So we're gonna see how this goes. We can only roll 1, 1. So let's see what happens.
What is that? I just
appreciate we're all in the back like everything's gonna be fine. We're just gonna boost.
It was a success, so that puts us as 5.
Okay. I would, there's nothing wrong with bow gnawers, but I was going to draw on your tribe as the reason for this to go wrong, as you were going to see a deer go traipsing across the road, and
I would have had to slam on the brakes.
You gotta find that food. Anyway, you narrowly miss a wildlife altercation because even just a second of indecision can give cause for events to transpire completely different, and you never even see the deer, but you are traveling up the road off the beaten path, away from Chilachi, away from the sound of the sirens, because unless they see suspicious vehicles, and nobody would suspect a Nissan Altima moving away without a broken window at a reasonable speed, they're going to stop at the gas station first. You're heading on up the road. It's a wildly short drive. And as you're ambling into now a, once again, very naturalistic community where you have to strain your eyes without using penumbral senses or other enhancements to your vision, you just barely see the outlines of above ground entryways to much larger domiciles. Following the blueprint and the structure of the community, using the plan that was derived by the group, I now see B. Dave has his finger up. What's up?
Just one minor thing I would, again, since I didn't get to check in with Tears and Encompassing because they were outside the van, I just turn and look and I point at Encompassing, I'm like, thinker. And I point at Tears and I'm like, hitter?
And you see them, they've rolled down the window and are like partially leaning out, holding onto the hat with one hand as like hair is blowing. And they've got their mouths slightly open in that almost dog-like fashion.
I'm like, why did Sarah put together a team to take down a black spiral cairn with one hitter? But cool. Hey, great. Sure. Maybe we were just who was free tonight. All right. That's great. That's great. That's great. That's great.
And for the record, by the way, I fell into a hole of over-description, and thank you for pulling me out of it, B. Dave. You amble up the road. You see what looks like maybe fancy community houses, but not actually the houses themselves, and a lot of trees. And because of the lack of man-made density above ground, you are able to see about a quarter mile away when there are obvious lights from multiple vans surrounding a man-made structure off in the distance, which is a great landmark for you to follow the blueprints and community structure plan that you have access to navigate to that north or western house. And believe it or not, this matters. Which of those two would you have navigated towards?
Storyteller, my intent was the furthest one. I wasn't clear whether or not north or west was farther, whichever was farther. Go ahead, sorry.
North. And I cut you off. I'm sorry. I have lag. My bad.
It's impossible. It would only be worse if we were trying to harmonize for a song. Whichever was furthest. So if north was furthest, I would have directed our wheelman north.
And Spencer.
As we're about to get closer, can I talk to the back and confer with Encyclopedia? Is there any kind of surveillance things that she can hack into that can give us any leg up on what we're going into in this northmost?
I'm so glad you asked that, Compass, because one of my actions is be the tech expert of your pack and grant an electronic advantage. So, considering we know that there is a legally distinct BlackRock group floating around, I would like to make sure that any satellite connection they have is nice and fucky. I want to make sure that anything they're using to communicate with one another is unreliable in the worst possible way. I just want to make their night really, really hard.
It's Whitestone Group, wholly unrelated, totally different outfit, legally distinct.
Totally different outfit.
And has nothing to do with a D&D group of seemingly great repute that has their own game going on at present. Yes. Now, probably not to your surprise, Encyclopedia, as you seek to tinker, you do find that they are relying upon the satellite web services of, I said its real life name earlier, but let's call it its legally distinct Moon Zelda internet services. Yes.
Oh my God.
Completely different.
Oh my God.
Let me tell you. I don't mean to interfere, but this is I always do the legally distinct thing, and I was running a Changeling the Dreaming game once, where one of the knockers had a multi-tool, and I kept referring to it as his legally distinct acoustic spanner. You use your legally distinct acoustic spanner, and I kept saying that all the time. It so happened the worldwide head of merchandising for Doctor Who was watching the show at the time. They probably wouldn't have made a big deal about it otherwise, but I mean, it seems like it would never come up.
I am always about CYA.
Legally distinct acoustic spanner.
Continue, Storyteller.
And I didn't practice that earlier, so we'll see what happens. Anyway, you are given over to the notion that, scummy as though they might be, they unfortunately have rather good encryption. So I am going to need you to make yet another technology test. And I would imagine you'd want to choose intelligence based on the stats I believe you to have, but you can also use resolve. I'm pretty sure you're going to choose intelligence, though.
I'm definitely
Well, Laura,
choosing intelligence.
Well, Laura Rolls,
Absolutely.
thank you for 2 more donations. One, I think 2 of $25. So thank you. We're nearly up to $500 raised, by the way, as of now.
Hell yes.
Nice.
I do believe I also had an extra dice in here somewhere.
Yeah.
From a donation. That's a lot of dice, yo.
And also, depending on how this rolls, there's a plan B to this. So I just want to hold that in reserve.
Encyclopedia also has a free willpower that was donated, so you can add 1 extra to your willpower also.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and use one of those willpower to re-roll because that was embarrassing. How dare you?
I
And
mean,
something
because we're all looking at you and need this to work. I mean, but like whatever, no pressure. We're just all looking at you.
Rivercutter turning around in the driver's seat, also staring at you. Now, Laura, something I was not very good about, my love. Something I was not tremendously great about in our World of Darkness series that we played last fall is stating the difficulty for drama. That very good encryption I implied does mean we're dealing with a difficulty of 7, but that shouldn't be so bad for somebody with as many dice as I just heard.
Yeah. Well, that's 9 with a crit.
Great. Drama for 1 second. Excellent. All right. The best kind. Now, you literally cut your way through the encryption in the way that we all learned hacking works by way of Jurassic Park in 1994. You're moving through security nodes. You are an edge runner from a different game, or a net runner. You are a net runner from a completely different TTRPG. And as you are tearing through their black ice and their daemons, again, I'm just leaning too far into cyberpunk at present.
Oh my God.
You find yourself fully sitting at a local area digital hub. And what kind of smart device are you using? Let's be fun in
Encyclopedia has this laptop. It is their baby. It is their pride and joy. It is the laptop that they use for just about everything if they are not set up on their own home rig that has cost an exorbitant, embarrassing amount of money to build and outfit and update. This thing is one of those sleek, beautiful charcoal gray numbers. Oh God, I'm not enough of a computer head for this stuff. Why did I choose this? Why did I?
You imported a custom built laptop from
Yes.
You're doing great.
Dave.
Yeah,
Precisely.
right.
Yeah. I'm usually the one that hits things real hard. This is a departure for me.
Did you buy it off?
But you were
No,
doing the
I would never know.
You
Would never have
contain
known.
multitudes.
Yeah.
Multitudes.
Bought from the dark web by I forget the person's
Sure.
Yeah, like you
Exactly.
probably haven't heard of it.
It's just
you know
it's
what
a Schmalianware.
Yeah.
But it is
Schmalian.
fully custom job. It's almost like a zombie smashed together like Frankenstein deal, but every piece is perfectly set to do what it needs to do, which is to get Encyclopedia into things that they should not be getting into.
And you do precisely that. I'm going to ask you to consider the actions you would want to take with their security, because at least for 1 to 2, perhaps even 3 things that you wish to take from them, and I can give you contextual information that would help you with that, I'm also going to ask Rivercutter to describe the approach that you want to take to have your vehicle go unnoticed on its way over to a garage. And these will be the last 2 things that the 2 of you consider before we go to a midstream break.
So, yeah, Rivercutter's that's a scary one because I also have a wonderful flaw of person of interest. So anytime my face is seen, it's already on about 3 different signals for usually activism, slight vandalism, some breaking and entering, just little things. I don't know how to digitally remove detection, but what I do know is a screwdriver is very good to, take a license plate off. At least we've got that. Or switch a license plate, depending on where we're at. If there's another car around, I'm definitely swapping it.
Oh, okay. Not what I had in mind, but I like it. We were just navigating to the garage in a manner that would have you go unnoticed, but I'm going to lean into the notion that you stop 8 houses away and tell the group of wolves around you that's exactly what they would think we'd do. And even though this is a long abandoned housing community, you break into, with assistance from undoubtedly some of the other wolves present, not 1, but 3 of the garages of other houses going, damn, for the first 2. And on the 3rd one, you see motherfucker. Well, that's a Honda Odyssey. Some would argue equal to the Chrysler Town and Country. And as you all pile into this new van for a journey that will take you probably fewer than 2,000 feet, we are ambling towards the house where you intend to place your vehicle for potentially easier extraction. And Tutu, you like all those options I put into the chat, or did you have anything better you wanted to suggest if I gave you 2 to 3 actions without complication?
Yeah, let's call it looping the cameras, and then I definitely want to make sure that they have a real hard time communicating with each other. For sure.
Excellent.
If we can get the lights to be an issue, that'd be a great little bonus. Otherwise, I think those are my top 2.
Now, for the sake of the audience, we are going to be finagling cameras, blocking communications, and as a little amuse-bouche, potentially fucking with lights. And that will all play out in meaningful ways that help the group in action after our break. Hope for 5, expect 10. We'll see you soon.
See you soon.
werewolves.
Just make sure we don't get killed, and everything's gonna. They
Yeah.
can.
I can't imagine the audience will be upset by that plan at all. It sounds crazy. Speaking of, hello, audience. Thank you all for hanging with us. We're glad to be back from our break. Before we jump into the action, we all want to let you know that none of this would have been possible without me asking a bunch of people to hang out with us tonight to benefit the Trevor Project. It is a truly phenomenal nonprofit. We've had so many donations this evening. If they were to stop now, which would be fine, we would be donating so much money to help this amazing cause in Pride Month. Happy Pride to all of you. Let's dive back into the action.
Storyteller, before you start pontificating, which is important, I do have an important global clarification before we begin.
Please.
At this point in the werewolf narrative, going into the Umbra is generally perceived as bad and negative, correct? Like it's dangerous in the Umbra.
It is dangerous as hell, especially where you are presently. And that's just some information I'll give you for free because your Thurg probably would have told you as such. But why? Why do you ask?
Well, because, you can sneak past the humans in the spirit world, but not when there's like things with tentacles and teeth in the spirit world.
If you have the right of shadow passage and you want to hold hands and burn incense and do all that fun stuff, please be my guest. That is a viable strategy.
Remember when I said I was there 3,000 years ago? We used to just go back in my day. We just went into the Umbra.
Back in my day.
We just stepped sideways. And maybe you needed a reflective.
All right,
surface, and
Grandpa,
maybe
let's
not even
get you
that.
back to bed.
Yeah. All right. Transmission received.
Yeah. And then that thing with a lot of tentacles and a lot of eyes showed up, and we don't go to the Umbra anymore.
And, do you know how many tentacle things with eyes and teeth it would take to drive the werewolves out of the Umbra? Like, they would have thrown hands for a while before they were like, okay, all right.
I thought you were going to say how many tentacles would it take to drive the Honda Odyssey, and I was going to be like, not many.
You bring something back from the Umbra to be the new driver. I see you. Okay.
Wow, am I not good enough to drive the freaking Honda?
You did fail initially, but
You just failed.
How many tentacles we got though? Oops, all.
This isn't Cthulhu, guys.
we don't know there's not were-octopi. There are multiple types of Pharaoh, everybody.
There almost certainly are were-octopi, but shout out to the Rokia, the were-sharks back in the day.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Back in the day. Oh, don't you be going to the Oregon coast if you're thinking they're not a problem anymore. Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Now,
So we're crouched non-suspiciously outside this building.
And
Yes.
back to sea.
herding cats. Moments after we left off, we find our Garu huddled probably about a good 400 feet away from anything that would resemble visibility to the I guess that's that investment group's representatives who appear to be having a shouting match with some, even from a distance, seemingly young individuals outside of the above ground entryway to the below ground living structure I had described previously. Before I have all of you tell me how you want to proceed, I need Corpse Artist to give me an intelligence technology check.
I'm not that bad.
Test.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna use. Do I want to? Yeah, let's do it. I'm gonna use a willpower to reroll 3 of those.
This is one shot. Smoke him if you got him.
Yeah,
4
you don't need him
successes
next session.
total.
4. Interesting. You were busy in the back of the car. You're good enough at Sudoku that you could have been doing some other things. If you were to consider your past, I'll go ahead and state to you that help should be on its way with 4 successes in about 20 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll get out, go into the bushes, use camouflage for free to immediately go invisible. So I am the trees are me. So you just hear a voice coming from one of the trees going, 20 minutes on the clock until everything goes sideways and then reinforcements show up.
Hard.
Storyteller.
That's me.
I am extremely skilled in leadership, but it is not clear what me utilizing leadership for the team might do that is of value.
Leadership is one of those skills that across numerous editions of all World of Darkness books has been explained in different manners, that it kind of is an up to our interpretation to fit the needs of the story sort of skill, especially at present. What I would imagine is that, probably bolstered by all of the information already presented, aka you would receive numerous help die. What you would do is treat this like augury in Dungeons and Dragons. If you wanted leadership, plus I would say intelligence, even though that is traditionally a social skill, you could cheat the one shot and ask Sam the best plan to have things go smoothly forward, unless you think of an alternate use.
I would like to do something leadershiperous. I'm going to use. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Maybe it's you, maybe it's me. Although I think it's me. I keep thinking people are done, and then I hear you talking. I am so sorry.
I just kind of don't shut up, brother. I am going to use the chat donated Wisdomus reroll. Thank you. Which has gotten me up to 7 total successes with a crit.
Well, what I will go ahead and state is, with the buy-in of the rest of the group, except for shenanigans would make for better content, each of you at present is under the impression that what Odell is suggesting sounds like the right plan. That doesn't mean you can't take individual actions, but what Odell might suggest in just a moment is certainly going to be the best path forward. And B. Dave, you might have an aside before I continue, it looks like.
I was prepared to give my rousing speech. You don't have to paraphrase it, but please proceed.
No, go ahead. I am moving a little faster, but not so fast as to cut you off twice. Go ahead.
It's almost like we're trying to get this game complete. I would just say, as I lean out before the storyteller articulates the details of what I said, I would looking at the map. I'm looking at everything that Encompassing has. I'm looking around us, and you see he just kind of stands there for a second with his head held back, like he's breathing deeply. And I just sort of lean down and say, we aren't just the ones that Sarah chose. We're the ones Gaia chose. Something out here is hurting our brothers and sisters. Something out here is hurting our mother. You all know what to do, but I think we should hit them like this. And then I proceed to say whatever you're about to tell me, storyteller.
Now, based on all the information that had been presented previously, it makes nothing but good sense that there would likely be more humanoid sentries from within this bomb entity inside the parking garage, but without so many internal corners to have to potentially look for additional cameras, or without there being a flurry of activity seemingly guided by that group of people by the entrance over there, the parking garage that would allow you a sidelong entrance into the lower floors, assuming you can get through passively without garnering attention or by silencing that attention quickly, is obviously the fastest route to not only get to where we're going, but to then expeditiously come back out. For you see, right over here, which is not directly adjacent to the subterranean building, is the entrance that I don't see anybody blocking over there. And that'll get us at least down to the second floor before we have to reevaluate and go from there.
Lovely. Before we do make that daring do dash forward into what looks like unoccupied space, I would like to just double check. And I would like to use my penumbral senses to perceive the spirit and mundane worlds, because you never know what could be hiding out in the open.
Excellent. Is there a dice challenge associated with that, or are you just turning on a free ability? I believe it's a free ability.
I am fairly certain. Well, no, it says there's a 1 will cost.
Okay.
But my
no
pool
dice.
is intelligence plus wisdom.
Okay. Please do that. And
which is still a fair amount of dice.
While that's happening, do I notice the individuals that are having some sort of confrontation?
Ask me that question again with my full
So
attention.
you said there were 2 groups. There's a group out there, and it looks like it's either the organization or business, and then there's another organization or business. What are the 2 groups that are currently in conversation?
Non-mechanically speaking, you move just far enough away from the group to get a better look, but not so far as to be unhindered if you were to be attacked. And you see, yes, those are definitely vans that read Keystone Security. that are most near to the people who appear to be in a variety of, well, security style uniforms, and at least one clerk looking individual who from far away you hear, whoa, 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 Weston Taylor, whoa, 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 whoa. And that's from the group of individuals who are not standing directly outside the doors into the lentil that would go downstairs, who look to be one young individual doing most of the shouting with another two directly behind them. Those two look a little bit more nervous, and all three are wearing robes.
Okay, but I don't see just the locals in the area.
From the intelligence you gathered earlier, it seemed as though the locals would be squatters trying not to be seen or heard by all these shouters.
Okay. I will hold then.
Laura.
Yes, dear.
You were rolling some dice for me, I believe.
Yes, and that is going to be 5 successes on my penumbral senses.
When you open your penumbral senses, you see a cacophony of spirits. That might not be the right word, but I'm going with it. Moving around and about. And they are having their own conflict. For you see, there are healing and rejuvenative spirits seemingly gathered all about the entrance to the Summer Balm Estates that you see this strife happening over, not too far away from, but all around you are spirits of decay, destruction, and they are fighting to get closer to the Summer Balm Estates. They are fighting with those rejuvenative spirits. You, a lot of you, are completely surrounded by malevolent spirits too busy with the nicer counterparts to cause you any trouble yet. Also of note, I'm going to be cool and say that as you consider all this information and look over at the shouting group again, you notice a little bit of waviness to one of those Keystone Security Group individuals that doesn't strike you as exactly human.
Corpse was right. Keystone's not entirely human. There's something off. And Encyclopedia will also let the rest of the pack know that for now, the spirits in the area are too distracted battling one another to potentially cause issue for us. So we might want to make sure we are moving swiftly, but with due caution.
Clock's ticking and I don't have a watch.
Now, are we proceeding to the entry into the parking garage as denoted by Odell?
Yes, sir.
Excellent.
Yeah.
As we're moving that way, I will just say, obviously we're all wolves, but any of you particularly good trackers? Maybe better at sniffing out the worm?
River? You're more of a scout, right?
I am a scout, yes. But sniffing out the worm is going to be a little bit more difficult.
I just nod for you to run ahead, and I'm like, if something terrible happens, don't die.
And that's great leadership.
King Lear to delegation.
Now, James, assuming that you are going to push Rivercutter forward, are you remaining in Hamid form? Are you shifting? Or what other tactics might you be employing?
I don't want to go just originally because I'm used to being in a different form and another character, but this one I'm trying not to dive directly into that form. No, I think Rivercutter is going to stay Hamid. Actually, no. As I get close to the door, I'm going to shift to Glabro to increase my natural senses.
As you do so, I need you and everybody else to please make dexterity stealth rolls as you move in the direction of that entrance, for you are still near enough to potentially go noticed by the most vigilant of individuals outside the building. James, you shift into your Glabro form. We'll see how that goes in just a moment, but let's get those stealth tests from
Now,
everybody.
before that, but I did state I wasn't shifting to my Glabro form until I got to the door.
Heard.
And can I shift and use my streetwise instead of stealth to know how to move inside of a garage properly to avoid sight?
Once you're in there, for sure. That hasn't happened yet.
I thought we were in the garage.
Nope. You're right.
Because I thought that's
This
where we
isn't
parked the car was in the garage.
Well, you might recall you parked your car in a garage a couple of houses away from the structure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I missed that part.
I think as we're moving forward, or right before we move forward, Encyclopedia is going to shift down into lupus form for that +2 to survival and stealth, because I got fuck all on stealth, yo.
Yeah, I get terrible on stealth too. I'm trying to decide. Rivercutter is built so that they can be seen but not seen. It's very strange. So
Me and my 7 successes are going to start kind of on my toes, speed walking over there.
Okay, so okay, you guys.
Yeah. What's up, buddy?
Remember, I said I'm a thinker. I'm a tactician, right? Like I'm a plot planner.
Oh boy.
I'm a shot caller.
Uh-huh.
That makes me a doer, right? So, so storyteller, I would have hung back a little bit, because if something went wrong, I wouldn't wanted to have given away everyone's position.
Uh-huh.
And I could spend a willpower, but this is a charity game. We're among friends. That's gonna be a big old bestial failure. That's gonna be a bestial failure.
I feel Corpse is sticking close to Odell, so when I got 3 successes, which is mid, but I'm gonna be close to Odell when that happens, since he's requested protection.
I'm like, no, this is going great. Everybody's on the move, and then
Failure.
Not stealth happens. Storyteller, you tell me. Because I do not stealth, sir. Is what the dice have dictated happens.
Now, bestial failures are interesting. James, you had 2, you're saying? James, okay. And before I continue with Mr. Walters, excellent. We have 4. There were 7, 2. Spencer?
3 successes.
3 successes. Good to know. I'm happy to report to all of you that the difficulty, just to go unseen this far away from the building, was 2. Just 2. Which is great for most of you. Yes. And what happens in particular, something that's off-grid, not part of the security that's hooked up to what Encyclopedia was able to see, appears to be, I guess you would buy them at most hardware stores or some big box style chains of the same nature, but you can get proximity alarms that are deliberately built just to make sound to scare off critters in the woods. They're cheap ways to act as sentries for certain purposes, and most of you narrowly skirt around from some anti-possum perimeter paraphernalia. I just wanted to stick with the P sounds. But it was Odell in particular doing his best Scooby-Doo era, like dramatic lean back, step forwards. And you step right atop one of these traps, which has obviously the negative effects, but does have one positive. As you step it into the ground, you muffle the sound to the extent that, oh, well, this is interesting. Nobody should be able to hear that with Hamid ears, which is perfectly fine.
Hey, was that a...
And all of you are near enough to have heard the perfect silence, or as much as can be had in the woods, because the woods are never silent, is broken by way of what you can all hear, because you're close enough, but not the other people yet. That's not the complication I'm leading into. This sound, which gives cause for all of you, no matter how far away you are, how close to the entrance to the parking garage you might be, are able to turn. And I bring up that context just to suggest that Encyclopedia, your penumbral senses allow for you to see the powers of the wild up in the tree directly above Odell, as corpse artist and Odell hear poachers. And falling out of the tree is not the largest crinoform werewolf you've ever seen, but it's lively muscle covered to the extent that, at least at first, they're going to be attacking with a -2 dice penalty to you, B. Dave, in your attempts to either block or dodge in your Hamid form.
Storyteller. That's again, previous iterations of this game, it was possible to spin rage to shift instantly. Is that still the case, or am I but a man when this pitiful wolf is coming towards me? Because if so, I have something else I would like to try.
Take a look at the gifts at your disposal, because the action you are describing is a gift that some persons choose when creating a character.
Guess who doesn't have that, but in my defense did not make the choice? Then I would actually not like to dodge, because I need you to know, guess who's got 2 decks and nothing in athletics? Me.
I'm right there. Can I do something about it?
Well, but what I do have, corpse artist, and I may well need your help in a moment, is a big swinging sack. So when this Krenos comes down and looks at me, I look at him with all of the vindication of a judge who pronounces death on people all the time and says, "Bow down, pup." And I would like to try and intimidate him as he comes out of the tree. Because I'm not going to try and move. I'm not going to get out of the way of his claws. But I can be like, put them shits away, is what I would like to try, if you would allow that.
Now, I want you to understand the difficulty I'm about to lay upon you has everything to do with me saying the wrong W word when I was telling Laura what they saw earlier. They didn't see the powers of the wild up in that tree. It was the bad kind.
Oh, yeah, that's important. That's important. That's an important point of clarification. That's an important point of clarification.
And there were details shared at the top of the stream as certain things that might be running around in the woods as a result of this apartment complex. So intimidation to this creature in particular above the table might be a little on the harder side than you were hoping, but it's not impossible, good sirs. So please, with a difficulty of 9, show me what you got.
You want to know what it is? It's easier than dodging out of the way of it. That's what that is. You know what I mean? And you know what? Who actually, Dungeon Master, I would actually, if you don't mind, can you roll this check for me? It's 9 successes. I'd rather you see it there. What is the dice pool that I need to assemble?
Oh, you're going for intimidation, is that correct?
Indeed.
So, I would give this to you to either use your charisma, or because of the nature of the situation, as opposed to, the composure resolve of it all, I would give you manipulation, because somebody, as you've described yourself as not being a doer, might be putting on a little bit of chutzpah with reference to how intimidating you might be. So your pool would have either been charisma or manipulation plus intimidation.
I'm so dead serious about who the fuck are you talking to right now. So I'm going to go ahead with charisma and my intimidation. Storyteller. I've been told the leeches have ways to rouse their attributes and make themselves more supernaturally powerful. I believe because we are shapeshifters, we don't have that, correct?
The best way to do it is something you don't have a gift to do by spending 1 rage right at the moment.
You're about to see the gift I do have. That is a 5 dice pool. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we need to roll pretty hot here, chat. We need to roll pretty hot.
And remind me,
2 crits and a success.
That's it. That's all it takes. Remind you of what? Sorry.
2 rage.
Currently only one rage, actually. I passed that initial check. Yeah. No, this is Tuesday for me, although it's Thursday.
Excellent.
All we need is 4 crits, y'all.
We got these lovely dice with the little scratch marks on them. Let's give it a shot.
Light work.
Cool. That one's cocked. B Dave.
I'm not above spending willpower, by the way.
All right.
But yes.
I
trust you, Storyteller. You don't have to send.
It's worth taking a photo of. It has a shadow, but you should still be able to see 1, 2, 3 standard success and crits for the final 2 of 5, which does, I believe, put us at 7. But it's a crit out of 9. How do I want to arbitrate that? Let's see. I'll tell you what happens.
Oh, yeah, fine. Yes, fine. Yes.
What I mean, if you wanted to use a willpower, as I think you were about to suggest, to try to turn some successes into crits.
I've soaked up enough oxygen on this. I'm prepared to let it go where it goes.
Excellent. You take. They don't have fancy claws, just regular I'm an insane, no longer Hamid-leaning werewolf claws. And as a result of that, they're only going to do 4 points, 5 points of superficial damage, which you can reduce down to 3. I'm going to round up to make it interesting. 3 points of superficial damage after having been rounded down as they plant. You feel the body as it was about to curl upon you and actually tuck and roll into the woods. It smells who you were next to and had no intent on fighting. But they do stop as a result of your intimidation. You now are in a position where it is stopping as a result of what you stated, and it lifts you up ever so slightly to the extent that with its maw hanging open, it's now looking at you, corpse artists. It aims to bite, but it is seemingly fearful enough of you to not act immediately.
I don't take my eyes off it, and I just say, corpse artist, if you would.
Am I allowed to shift and bite in one go?
Do you have the gift?
I don't think I do. I just wanted. No, that's fine. Okay, so I will jump on them while I'm in Hamid form, and try and break their neck by grappling them to the ground.
I kind of love that because in our, I'll call it a home game, our stream game on Tabletop Misfits, there is a rumor that a Glabro werewolf was able to slay a full Krynos equivalent Rokea in the ocean. And if this werewolf could have a similar story of breaking a Krynos whilst in Hamid form's neck, that'd be pretty fucking baller. So please, please put together your strength and brawl. And because I like it and because I want to give B Dave a bit of a hard time, I'm going to give you a 2 dice benefit.
Can I also add an extra for my specialty in grappling, please, Storyteller?
You certainly may. It sounds like you need to do that to break its neck.
I got 6 successes with a brutal outcome.
Ooh, okay. Now, let me go ahead and do this the right way. Some of y'all just heard what that might sound like if the neck break happens.
Hi, buddies.
Now, for a broken neck, I'm going to go ahead and state that we are looking for 4 successes over, just to keep it interesting. It would normally be higher, but in a single maneuver, let's go for 4 over.
I'm willing to re-roll if I have to. I just want to know if it's possible.
And I'll go ahead and state that at present, I have 2 successes, and I believe you had 5.
No, I have 6 with a brutal outcome.
My bad, I forgot. I'm good at numbers and tracking and stuff. So what did I say? 4 over with a brutal outcome?
Yes. I feel Odell goes, do what you have to do. And I look at them and I go, guilty. And I jump on them and try and snap them in half.
Now, I like the phrasing in half. So a brutal outcome, what I'm going to put upon you is that.
Ish.
Yeah.
From the neck.
Did you see the Peter Jackson King Kong film?
I did.
There's a little bit of that happening, which I do believe is actually something Kratos does to werewolves in the Santa Monica studio God of War games, but I digress. Instead of alluding to pop culture. What happens is you jump upon this creature in your full human form. The shock of that alone gives cause for them to drop Odell and back up ever so slightly. You see them about to turn and gallop, whether they're going for a defensive position to attack again, or if they're trying something else, doesn't matter in the slightest. Because, okay, B Dave has something to say. All right, because exactly as you were implying, God, he's on his phone. You catch this creature as it takes 1 foot, a single half step away from Odell by the top of its mouth from behind. Flip it around so that you're simultaneously twisting its neck as your hand reaches the lower of the jaws, and as you tear and rend, breaking through the sinew of its usually automatically healing form, you twist, rip, snap. And this Garou, lost to its Hamid life, no longer able to connect to the Umbra, only knows rage, is ripped asunder. Bottom jaw fully ripped off, hanging on just by a thread or two. Your hands, unfortunately, have given cause for you to take 1 aggravated damage, because you did rip through the jaws, which normally cause aggravated damage, with enough force to kill it, which would have had repercussions. But that was fucking brutal.
Stand up. Dust it off. Odell, was that satisfactory?
To be clear, Storyteller, is it actually dead or is it just grievously wounded?
Make a medicine and either wits or intelligence check.
We're on the clock. I'm just gonna look at corpse artist and I say, would you mind actually allow me? And I would like to shift into Krenos because I want to bring this guy with us because I'm gonna get some answers if he's still alive.
Great. I do believe you need to make a rage check for your shift.
Indeed, that is 1 pass. Sorry, 2 passes. Again, for me, this is Thursday, baby. It's just business.
And I'm now remembering it was, yes. All right. So Krenos form, crouching through the woods up to the others. By the way, all of this, much as fights do, everybody, happened in the course of maybe 10 seconds, including the interaction of it all. And catching up with all of you, now in Glabro form, Rivercutter. For the sake of the session proceeding, you are able to use your stronger form to wrench what appears to be a fully barred entrance down into the parking garage, but you do so with the strength of a Garou to not be too loud. And all of you are able to traipse with 1 Krenos carrying a unconscious or dead, we'll figure that out if it's necessary, Krenos atop his shoulders, down 1 set of stairs, a second. The debris and detritus that is collected over 2 years is nothing to a bunch of wolves who can easily shove it aside, especially a Nahar in the mix. And now down here in the dank, cold, dark, for it is dank and cold and dark, you do find yourselves on the 2nd level, presumably the bottom level of the garage itself, but the 2nd level adjacent to the building, about which you just need to go 2 more floors down once you get in. Who is taking point as you arrive down in this space?
I think I'll kind of like slip ahead because if there's a locked door, these people keep making a lot of noise.
I didn't make noise. I just snapped it.
I made no noise. Thank you. I can't say anything. I'm a wolf.
Mostly the people carrying the dead body. It's the people carrying the body.
I will say when you say that, I'm just like, I just wanted to flesh someone out that we could intimidate. Corpse Grinder didn't even. Okay, I fucked up. I told you that's not the thing I do, but you're about to find out the thing I do.
Excuse me, I'm called Corpse Artist, not Corpse Grinder. There's a very select distinction from my chosen name.
That looks a little bit more like a meat grinder to me, but
yeah, look at his face though. That's it is art though. It is also art. Yes.
But it's so pretty.
Artist. Please lead on, you all. I will just say I'm kind of mindful to see if I see it healing because we're all Garu. Now that I'm a Krenos too, I'm just like, oh, not quite yet, Frank. You know what I mean? When it starts to come back. Sorry.
The next complication donation was going to be that Krenos being a problem again, but not anymore. Don't worry. Yeah, you made sure of it.
Trip for that guy. Yes.
Now, down here in the garage, with Tears and Heels taking a little bit of a lead ahead, you find no parked cars. It doesn't look as though there were never cars down here, but it actually looks as though, apart from some must as a result of this not being an inhabited community, this is actually a functional space used by the bomb. And to that end, you find that this appears to be auxiliary living quarters and something resembling a still with numerous cages down here as well, one of which at present does appear to have somebody locked up and sleeping, probably about a good 60 to 80 feet away. They're not guarded. Can't be that bad if they're not guarded. And without needing a dice check, you can trust your storyteller when he states that something must be happening within the building that gives cause for there to be absolutely nobody in this otherwise possibly regularly occupied space.
Well, I know we're on a clock, so I'm going to kind of clock that, but that's none of my business, and I would like to get in that building.
Excellent. Encompassing Heart, I need you to roll a single die for me, please, and just hold up fingers or let us know. But making your way over, with undoubtedly the rest of the group behind you, you find yourself at a closed door, and without having to ask, yes, it is locked.
Great, I'm going to solve that problem, and I'm going to pull out just like, it's like broken bobby pins and like sharp pieces of metal, the equivalent of some homemade lockpick tools.
If it works for Fallout, it works for us. Go ahead and make your dex, larceny, and add lockpicking. Now, Spencer, important question.
Nice.
Is that a 1?
It's a single, it's a pass.
What'd you say?
I said it's just a blank. Like it was no success.
Okay. So you got the fancy World of Darkness dice. Good to know. Thank you. Okay. And is anybody else doing any preparation before they know they'll be heading into the building momentarily?
Do I smell anything that smells familiar at all when I roll that dice or as we're moving through? And do I see what Tears clocks or no?
Everybody, if they were moving slowly and if they were to be clocking Tears' motions closely enough, would have seen that they had made note of something off the corner. You all in that act, anybody who were watching them closely, are able to see unconscious form in a cage not too far away in an otherwise not very well lit space without other persons. Without rolling dice, you also smell what appears to be Taco Bell, which is impressive because there's not one of those anywhere nearby. So somebody recently brought food back. But are you looking for something more specific? Because you said what you might notice, etc.
Knowing that on some of the intel I have achieved, there is an individual that may or may not be here. I'm just wondering if it is something that I'm familiar with or something not familiar with at all. Otherwise, I'll keep on going.
Go ahead and give me wits awareness for me, please. Build a pool, wits awareness.
Also, you said this is this was a preemptive living quarters, correct? Where we're at.
Yeah.
Do we see any robes laying around? Anything that would allow us to blend in walking in?
That is an interesting question. Please make an investigation intelligence check for me.
That is 6 with
perception. 6 with a crit. It's a standard lock in a parking garage in an apartment building. Nevertheless, you very impressively break it without breaking it. It is silent and it is opened as if you had the key.
And I'm actually is it like a padlock or is it like a door lock?
What you find is sort of like one of those circular locks above what appears to be sort of a handle situation. And based on your lockpicking expertise, you understand that this is likely one of those doors that has a push bar on the other side. So standard indoor circular lock.
Would I be able to kind of like jimmy something because I would like to make it not lock again?
With the successes you had, absolutely. You have broken it. Rivercutter, with that many successes, you find a single robe that is not tattered and not dirtied to the extent that it would allow for people to blend in.
Or allow somebody to stand out.
Encompassing Heart, you also rolled for me. What was your perception or investigation roll?
It was 1 success and 1 blank. So
Okay. Nothing truly stands out. It appears as though whatever cultist personality presides over the bomb does kind of lean into the "you don't need your possessions" line of thinking. There's very little to be investigated. You catch some sense that dramatically you're like, ah, man, if I only had more time, I'd be able to try to figure out what these are. But they seem interesting, but you just don't have time with those successes. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to walk over and put the robe on.
You put on the robe. Now, I would like for Encyclopedia to just roll a single die for me and let me know what you get. Okay. The door is broken. It is able to be opened. Rivercutter is wearing a robe. Are we moving in? Is it thumbs up? You just got a success?
Success.
Good to know. B-Dave.
What's up, B-Dave?
I have a question before we proceed. So to make sure I'm keeping this straight in my head, the person who is in the cage is where we are going or where we're departing from?
Departing from.
Nobody checked on the cage person?
I would like to.
I'm like, you all, I believe we might be overlooking something. And still with this dying Kranos on my shoulder, I do come over to the cage and I'm like, well, whether or not the occupant is afraid of me will be insightful. And I do just like grab the cage and just shake it.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
B-Dave, spend a willpower to not risk frenzying in your continuous Krynos form.
Oh, is that a thing?
Thank you for...
That is a thing. Yeah, Krynos is one you can't hold for very long.
I turn to Odell and I go, Odell, there's no need for Krynos. You can shift down and we can still carry this person around. It's probably safer.
I was walking around before and it got me a little, and I just shift back like with these like bloody scars. I'm like, this.
You'll be fine.
Holy shit, he's heavy. Okay. It's
Put him
Oh my God.
yeah. All right. Then I'm like, and I just look in the cage. Does this look to be male, female, young, old, live, dead?
B-Dave, whilst in Krynos form, you had healed all of your superficial damage. You still have dried blood on your person, but no longer bear any wounds. And as you rattled the cage and look back, you see no longer crumpled on their side and rolling onto their back is a staked leech.
Huh. I'm like, there's a everybody, there's a
Oh, balls. I have a thing.
Hmm.
I have a ban. I always have to satisfy my curiosity.
It's like you're playing yourself over here, but just for the record, I'm just not to just bust you out in public.
Listen.
We are what we are.
Listen. So I think what happens is, well, because would we smell Vitae?
It's just blood, so theoretically, we'd smell blood anywhere.
You, based on W5 rules, you would have to make some effort to discern features of a kindred. You would have to make checks. You would have to potentially use gifts depending on how well they were hidden, depending on if they had flaws or anything else that makes them more evident. This close, if you were to sniff, you'd probably just have confirmation bias unless you used anything particular. You'd be like, oh yeah, that's Vitae. But you also see that it's a non-fully dead-looking humanoid with a stick through their chest.
Encyclopedia. Yeah. I do have that ability if there's something you want to know.
Encyclopedia goes from their quadrupedal form. It's this like small, lithe gray wolf, and as they step forward, suddenly it's 2 feet. And they give kind of a shake. I have a hypothesis. Because Storyteller, you the looks maxer showed us a scar that perhaps was healing much too quickly.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Go on.
I don't want to meta because Laura knows what humans can use vampire blood for, but I do have some dots in occult.
By all means, you choose your mental attribute and hit me with the cult.
Yeah. We're gonna go intelligent. Ooh. Yeah, I think we're gonna go intelligence. I also, on the same vibe, I have a favor that gives me a 1 dice bonus to investigation, occult, and subterfuge tests related to revealing a kept secret. Would this be a vibe?
Let's go ahead and give it a yes. And for the sake of the audience, I had asked Corpse Artist to roll a die, much in the same manner I asked two others, and they rolled a success.
Corpse Artist just keeps looking at that. They're wearing a watch. He's wearing a watch and is just sort of looking as people are pondering. And he's like, taking too long.
I'm slowly pulling the door open.
I will say, as Encyclopedia is inspecting it, I just kind of say out loud, quite loud enough for them to all hear, I think we should release it. We should let it out.
Why?
It's like pulling the pin on a grenade. The enemy of our enemy. And if it becomes a problem, we'll destroy it easily.
Maybe on the way out, not right now.
No,
I'm going inside.
It's okay. Yell if something horrible's inside. No,
you'll hear it.
This could give off.
You'll hear
give
it.
The
volunteers. Rest of the party Scooby-Doo style.
Right. Sorry, Rivercutter. What were you saying?
I said this would give the shroud away, though, if this thing gets out.
I mean, do you feel particularly shrouded?
At this moment, yes. I don't see it.
Well,
there's no one around here that's currently alive that it knows that we are.
Well, my logic is thus. Either it can tell us something useful, or it will want revenge, and it may bring more of its kind to seek revenge on this place, which if they all destroy each other, that's also fine by me, because I kind of like it when my enemy's actions fulfill my own schemes.
I don't understand why this is a debate. This is a creature of the worm. Let's just kill it. It's staked. I can just rip its head off now.
It could be useful first. And then I just look at Encyclopedia because I'm aware that they are investigating this thing.
Yeah, I'm being fucking nosy. That is 4 successes.
4 successes is sufficient for you to see that apart from the stake through the chest and some edema around the face, chest, and visible neck, because it does have sort of like a torn open shirt situation, so as to not destroy the shirt, it's probably only from Target or something of that nature, but I digress. No open wounds that would give cause for you to think that anybody is feeding on this kindred or using their blood for the purposes you suspect.
So we kill it.
We use it.
We need to move forward.
Aaron, Tears and Heels has lightly pulled the door ajar. Looking inside, you see so much action. There are additional people in robes and some in more practical clothing, but still plain, moving about with a fervor. They have boxes in their hands and appear to be on a mission of sorts.
And I've stepped inside and I'm letting the door kind of close behind. How far away is this? Is there is it right in front of my face, or can I actually step inside and see this a little bit ahead?
Thankfully, what we're dealing with is one of those entrances to the parking garage that maybe has a little 5 feet away from the main hallway. So you definitely have some room to dive in.
Cool. In that case, I'm going to kind of start slowly letting it close behind me. I'm keeping it with my hand to keep it from slamming back shut or anything like that.
Right behind you. So
it's okay. I'll kind of hold it so that Encompassing Heart can come with me, and I'll kind of just point in the direction of all of this stuff happening. And then I'm going to lean over to Encompassing Heart and just very quietly whisper, all right, so there were a lot of big words in the car, and I kind of zoned out. What are we supposed to be doing?
They're coming to raid all the people and make sure they're gone. So we need to help the people that need to get helped and kill it back.
Oh, okay.
And for the sake of the audience, Aaron, I had asked you to roll a die. What'd you get?
A success.
James, please roll a die. Now, Encompassing Heart and Tears and Heels, you're out in the hallway and you're recalling that Sarah Adams has told you that with utter confidence, they know that feral werewolves are coming from this place. There was pretty good evidence of that outside. Well, it was outside. Now it's down here in the garage with you guys. But you know that something is here that needs to be stopped, recovered, overcome. This is seeming looks maxing health clinic is where feral werewolves are coming from. That's what the two of you figure out. James, blank.
Yep, blank.
Yeah, good to know. Okay. All right.
These
Now,
dice are wonderful.
we were
man,
due.
I'm telling you what.
B. Dave, as opposed to waiting a little while, you are my last. Please roll a die.
I have that is also a success for me. I have something fucky I want to do, but I'm gonna wait till we resolve what they're doing on inside the room.
Heart, Tears, what do you do next?
We going in? I don't know what they're doing out there.
I don't know what they're doing either, but we need to keep going.
And I think
Well,
my
so I'll
plan
just-
legitimately in this moment is, even though like I'm clearly not dressed like all these people, I'm just gonna play it cool.
I would like for you to make a manipulation or composure and either subterfuge or streetwise roll for me, please. Giving you a couple of fun options to choose from. And Encompassing Heart, I'm going to need the same.
Gotta love that.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
Now,
I think I'm gonna use
There could-
composure and streetwise.
please. As the two of you
All
build
right.
your pools and roll your dice, I want to jump back to the cage.
I look at all of you and I say, trust me on this. Can I open the cage from the outside?
Absolutely.
I open the cage and I pull the kindred kind of towards the leech, kind of towards the edge of the cage. Is bars, right? Or is it like chain
Yeah.
link? Okay.
It's sort of a bar situation.
And then I look at Corpse Artist and I say, will you help me roll him the Krenos inside here?
What is the outcome you desire, and then I'll decide if I wish to help you.
I don't wait for his help. I just start rolling the Krenos into the cage. I'm like, cool, great, no problem. And start kind of like bundling him in there. And I close the cage and I look at Corpse Artist and I say, if this goes poorly, it's not on you. Storyteller, it is my intent to reach through the bars and pull the stake out of the kindred while it is trapped inside with the wounded Krenos, because I have something very specific I want to say to the kindred when it wakes up.
Tabletop Misfits and Vampire the Masquerade fans will be familiar with B. Dave Walter's most recent efforts to de-stake a torpid vampire. B. Dave, please make a, let's call it strength. And it's, what's your physical? You tell me, what physical test are you looking at here?
As a human, I am extremely frail.
I-
All my physical stats are dumb stats.
I will say specifically in Vampire the Masquerade, if we want to bring it over to Werewolf, to unstake is specifically strength and athletics to pull a stake out of a staked vampire.
I'm not gonna lie, y'all. It was a long day. I forgot athletics. Please make strength athletics.
Guess who else forgot athletics? The person that made this sheet, because your boy's got 0 and 1 die of strength. But that is a success, and I'm trying. And I very much am like, I'm not even trying to look cool, by the way, because I'm like, I'm making a point.
Got like 1 foot planted on the bars.
Yeah.
For the plot, multiple wolves stare on as you struggle for quite a while, but not a meaningful amount of time. And you eventually...
Rivercutter will walk. I was gonna say Rivercutter will walk over, place their hand on top of his. What are you doing?
It's part of the plan.
And Rivercutter, with your hand on his, unfortunately, that provides enough leverage as you stumble back with him for a gout of blood to stain your fresh-looking robe. It's Vitae. This is a kindred, not a freshly staked human. This kindred, 1,
That's
2,
called just being stabbed.
3, 4, comes awake, stares about the room, looking to both of you in turn, and then smells the fresh blood of the guru immediately to the left of it. Fresh being a generous term. It's now been a few minutes cooling, but not so bad as to for
I'm gonna
that
grab
not to
the
be a
neck of
delicious meal.
the kindred.
Mhm.
I look right at the kindred and I say, you have 15, 20 seconds before that thing heals enough to wake up and rip you absolutely to shreds. And if you tell me what I want to know, maybe you can survive another night. Maybe.
Actively feeding as you're talking on the guru.
Rivercutter said he was
No.
grabbing it.
Yeah, I grabbed him. I
Mhm.
grabbed the kindred before it did that, and I
Strength
will roll
athletics.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Now,
Can I
as
help?
this is happening, I was going to say, corpse artist and Encyclopedia, what are you doing?
Absolutely not letting a kindred feed on a guru
Yeah,
because
not
that's a
doing
terrible
that.
idea.
Yeah, no, I've
Oh wait, and
listen.
I'm also
I've witnessed
Bro.
what can happen. That's real bad. Okay.
Well, hang on. I gotta reduce this. It's been tortured for a little bit. All right.
I don't like that 2 of our number have just kind of vanished into the bowels of this cult society's wee little stronghold, this little beehive of culty nonsense.
Laura, it's fine. We're gonna check in with them right now at this pivotal moment. Tears and
I don't hear any screaming yet. It's fine.
Tears and Compass.
While we're thinking the same thing about when we don't hear any scream back there, everything is fine.
The 2 of you were
catch up.
going for, yeah. What were your social stealth rolls? 3s across the board. Frankly, kind of what I was going for. At present, the fervor of activity I described to you is enough for them to be purposeful in their activities. You similarly walk out into the hall busily. You're definitely on your way to do something at present. You probably go a good 10 to 20 feet when you realize, oh, there are a lot of doors to check. Now, for the purposes of this short one-shot, I'll go ahead and tell you that the most interesting of them appears to be something resembling a server room that has been set up inside one of these subterranean apartments, but the vast majority of people of equal interest are moving to and from sets of stairs at the long end of the hall that you found your way entering into. And what I'll ask of Tears and Heels in particular, as a result of your background and skill set, please make a wits awareness check, specifically with reference to scent.
Oh,
Mhm.
Interesting. That is 2 successes.
2 successes. You catch a scent on the wind and immediately turn and notice just how close Encompassing Heart is to you and realize, a little bit more Guru Musk than I would have anticipating. And the 2 of you proceed. What is your plan now that you're in this hallway? You know you can't keep up the charade for long if you don't have that much purpose in your steps.
Did we notice that the server room? We found that? They're saying we both noticed that.
We see it, yeah.
Okay.
I'm walking in the direction that all these people are walking because that computer stuff means nothing to me.
Before they got out of reach, I try to like grab them carefully and be like, "Wait, we need to go back and get our tech person so we don't go too deep in." Now, I want to use wits to also try to my gift to get another guru to follow along with me. So I don't know how that would work.
Philodox be Philodoxin. Well, do you have the gift up in front of you?
I do have the gift, persuade other guru.
Okay.
With ancestral conviction.
Now, before we do any of that, would you be impressionable enough to be like, okay, you got a plan, I'm coming with you, Tears, or do we need a dice challenge here?
Here's the thing. Tears the Heels is kind of the odd man out in this group and doesn't really care for the hierarchy and the authority of most packs. And was told that we're on a mission and we're on a time crunch. So I think Tears wants to go through that door.
Now, sounds like we're building a contested roll then. Spencer, since you have it up in front of you, would you mind telling us your dice pool and what Aaron will be rolling to counter it? Because that information should be present.
So if I'm using ancestral conviction, I have to. It's a cost of a will to persuade one of the guard. I don't know how big the dice pool is from that. I don't know if it's an investigation and, or no, sorry, manipulation. And I don't know what it'd be.
Manipulation, persuasion makes sense to me. Yeah.
So that's
And
4 plus, it's just 4. With the gifts,
And
I don't
Aaron-
know what that is because that says page 155. I'm sorry.
well, I have that in front of me, but just for the sake of expediency, Aaron, I'm going to go ahead and say that we're going to have you roll resolve and counter it with your own persuasion. It's probably not the best pool I could have suggested, but it makes sense to me.
Yeah, it's not great.
Hey, we're going to kind of do some quick back and forward movements. We have multiple guru stepping in to stop a vampire from feeding on a felled werewolf. No dice needed. Now that there are 4 of you lending your strength to this effort, you are able to pull this kindred, this leech, back up against the bars to the extent that you actually do see your combined strength is beginning to like rend flesh on its back ever so slightly, unless or until you stop. But you are holding it back now, and they begin shouting. I won't do that.
I look at it and I say, you've now got about 20 seconds before either Eat wakes up and kills you or my associates do. Tell me what I want to know because I'm the only hope you have right now.
I need a feed and we need to leave.
Why?
You don't feel that? You don't feel that in the air? Encyclopedia, do you still have penumbral senses?
If it lasts for a scene, no, but I can definitely pop that back open.
I'll go ahead and state that when they say, don't you feel that, you in particular get the notion that a spidey sense be tingling. And kicking off penumbral senses, you notice nothing that needs dice rolls, I assure you.
Okay.
Can I dive a little deeper into that conversation?
Yes. You absolutely may.
I want to activate my gift of sight from beyond.
Ooh! I thought you were turning to Lionel for a second there. Sight beyond sight.
That's right.
He's the chosen one.
When they said we need to leave, this leech said that I want to see if I can see a vision that would state why.
Excellent. Go ahead and
what
make
this thing has seen.
I know you're spending willpower, and do I have a contested pool here, or is it just happening?
It just says action, pool, intelligence, and wisdom.
We're just gonna let it happen, my friend.
Okay.
Y'all were chosen by Sarah for a reason, but go ahead and spend your will. I believe it does cost will for you to do this.
Yep, one will.
And what you see are glimpses of this kindred and some others finding their way amid and amongst this cult probably 2 days ago, and a couple of activities wherein they watch as a very charismatic woman uses a knife-like object that in your vision tickles your mind, and the talisman, wherever you might be carrying it, feels heavy all of a sudden. And in this vision, you watch this person use this blade-like object to lightly stab into and draw a line along somebody's chest, and they all of a sudden have burn marks from their shoulder to their neck that clear up over the course of the next 30 seconds in this vision. You similarly see what appears to be a half-shifted werewolf shouting down another person who doesn't look as terrified as a human would, which would imply to your knowledge, kindred, through the vision, that that is another werewolf. And in the act of witnessing this, they both notice your observation and they come barreling at you. That is the full breadth of visions that you see in this moment.
And for penumbral senses?
For penumbral senses, you see not a war between positive and negative spirits, but what appears to be an assembly line of the aforementioned negative spirits marching through the walls, deeper into the building. Something strange there.
We need to keep moving now.
There's something inside that's it's able to utilize the blood of something else.
And something that is funneling the negative spirits in. It's like they're being gathered.
When you all
As
say
you're
that,
saying
I
this, by the
just-
way, the vampire has never stopped shouting. B. Dave, it's worth cutting you off because that's what the kindred is attempting to do. Kill me or let me leave.
right when you say that, I look at Corpse and Rivercutter and I say, "Destroy it, please." And I
Shift
just
to
like
Glabro.
go back to thinking.
Crunch.
Shift to Glabro. Rage
I was
check.
already in Glabro.
Oh. Well, if you want to take care of it, then that's on you.
Yeah, I'll snap its neck.
Just like,
And then, as need be, I will pull until the bar that it's holding against is inside its body.
Dang, chat really wishes that was a body left behind to eventually become a complication later. They didn't
Nope.
say it, but I know it's true. Okay.
Not this time.
All right. The body has hit the floor. People in this room have now shared information about what could be going on spiritually in this space. Back out in the hallway.
So I don't have the fancy werewolf dice, so I'm rolling d10s because I have a dice pool of 2 and I have 2 rage. And I do believe a 1 and 2 means that is a brutal outcome.
Yes. Now, Spencer, what you rolled does matter here.
Okay, so I do have fancy dice. I had 2 regular successes, a blank, and 1 crit success.
So 3 total.
So 3 total.
I have good news for you, my friend. You watch Tears feel an independent streak. And then it's almost as if your words have the power of the gift granted to you from either the tribe, the sept, the patron spirit, whatever it is that gave you this ability holds true. And you see a brief shift in their eyes that seems to imply that they're not going to fight you on this notion. You're about to head to the server room. This is, of course, around the time where you realize that in the hallway, the both of you stopped. You were blocking traffic for just a moment, and then you verbalized something to the extent of, hey, wait, we need to go back and find our fancy computer friend, which definitely didn't sound like somebody who was busily working within this cult would say whilst carrying out this obviously important task that they're all doing at present. And with those words, somebody with a little bit more ambition, or initiative is the right term, turns and goes, what are you guys talking about? Wait, who are you both? And that is when Tears and Heels, with a brutal outcome, knowing that they're on a mission, goes, and I need you to describe to me how, in your Hamid form, you quickly dispatch this person who's interrupting your mission, which at present is 50-50 torn between following Compass and finding the source of this problem. So how do you immediately dispatch this person?
Tears the Heels does not particularly care for people, and this person has come up, has interrupted. There's something weird going on. I'm in a hurry, and I think it's just instinct that they just take a fist and swing right for the nose.
Excellent. Now, how many dots do you have if you were to look at strength and brawl?
6.
That is more than sufficient if you were to take half to slam an unsuspecting non-supernatural human directly into the wall, neck obviously broken. That's a bit of a standout. And by the way, the failures and the successes between all of you on the random roll die that I asked for was a break even. And using Pendragon rules, the 2 books, red and blue, you see over James's right shoulder. If you roll a fail or a success on the 2 attributes that you're rolling against, you kind of get to choose one. I did that earlier since it was even between fail success. A few things happen at once. The kindred is beheaded. Information is shared about the odd spiritual activity that's happening down below that was not evident from the surface above. A human is killed in the halls, and numerous other persons turn and begin screaming. And all of you feel the worm. That is the most basic interpretation for the feeling you all experience as a bane becomes present around you, a strong enough bane that you feel the umbra. You don't need to step sideways. You don't need to use powerful vision. You can feel the winds move. You feel the temperature change. Something has just occurred on a significant level. And it's near enough that you all feel it, despite being in different places on the 2nd floor. If people were shouting in the hallway a moment ago, that's nothing compared to the screams you all hear despite concrete and walls below.
I run towards it immediately. There is no hesitation.
Yep.
Can I see it, or I'm just aware of its presence?
Aware.
I'm going to move towards it. I need to check whether or not one of my gifts requires line of sight or not, because my intent is to use Fatal Flaw to know how to hurt something. I just need to know whether or not I have to be able to lay eyes on it or not. So I'm declaring
Excellent.
that's my thing, and I'm going to double check that.
And this is
Corpse
below us
artist.
or above us?
Below. You can feel it. Corpse artist, you know the lock was broken earlier because you're a watchful individual. You barrel through that motherfucking door. Like the British
Hey, they
equivalent
said
of
when the
living.
screaming started, we need to go. We're going. I'm not waiting. Let's go.
Now, numerous individuals flood the hallway in front of you. There are people running in both directions to your sight, but you do see people running from your right to your left that appear to be more hostile in their movements. Those of you in the hallway presently, there are some individuals running afraid from you, and there are others who appear to be facing off as if you're somebody who needs to be dealt with.
I'm going to turn towards them and I'm going to say, please stop. And I'm going to use stare down. If they're mortal, I'm going to do a rage check to activate it. Did that work? There we go. 1 success. Let's go. So stare down. I intimidate people as one of my gifts to get the fuck out of my way and out of everyone else's way. If they're human, it automatically works. If they're not human, I have to roll charisma and honor versus their composure and resolve.
Okay. Go ahead and make that roll for me.
Lovely. So my charisma and honor is 2. No, 5. What am I talking about?
Wow, fuck. That was bad.
I got 4 successes, FYI.
4 successes? Well, 3 is less than 4.
I turn to these people and I just go, please stop. And it almost feels like the wind whips up around them and my voice whispers in their ear, like, please stop. As I stare them down.
Now, whilst the vast majority of people in the hall have been obviously running for an exit, 6 individuals who seemed like they maybe wanted to do something about the current circumstances, presumably a dead friend of theirs lying on the floor between 2 of your compatriots, they turn and join the herd, the mere sheep who were present here. But then there are those other 2. Those 2 people who were also standing here, a rather tall woman in one of those robes, but you see the less than plain clothing underneath the robe that denotes her as not fully blending in with this cult. And then there's something of a short king, but well muscled. No robe can hide that. And the 2 of them were sort of smirking when your gift initially took the humans out of the equation. But then your words did something differently. The north wind brought them back toward their ears when they had simply passed by previously. Your Gale Stalker tribe will not go unheard. And those individuals stop smirking, and they consider the notion that these 2 guru they were going to be facing off against, one-on-one doesn't seem too bad. You've now made it evident that it's not as easy or even fair of a fight that they'd be dealing with. And the 2 of them, with interested, but we don't want to die here looks on their eyes, join the others running away the other direction down the hall.
Shall we proceed, my pack?
I have clarified for my ability is kind of complicated, but I need to see it for certain. So yeah, I keep moving until I can see the thing.
There are 2 of you with enough experience to be able to make out the distinct 38 special gunfire happening either 1 or 2 floors below you.
What's this building made out of?
It appears to be like I'm not gonna be too hung up on this. Eco-friendly concrete.
Is it a floor I feel like we could punch through? We're rage monsters.
Big time. Especially if you shift, but with enough dice successes, even if you don't. Yes.
I just sort of stop for a second and I say, maybe we should take the direct route. And
Are we all jumping in the hole?
Did you go full? Did you go full Krynos?
Again. Oh yeah, full Krynos. Succeed again on the rage check. I'm telling y'all. It's just
when's
business.
the shoe gonna drop?
It's just business.
I mean, fuck it, we ball. It's a 1 shot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
How many
Okay.
fighters did we just appear in one area?
If not now, when? You know what I mean? You're like,
I'm not.
The
I
good-
have a quick question. As Odell busts through the floor, based on the information that I would have been listening to in the car earlier from Encyclopedia and Encompassing Heart, what are the gas lines like in this building? Well, this underground building.
You know that they use a very eco-friendly gas, and it's a new enough structure altogether that it's efficiently in the main hallway walls somewhere. So directly to your right, you know that, a couple of punches, you gotta find that gas main.
Cool. Good to know as I jump through the hole.
Mhm.
Still Homid, by the way. I haven't shifted, so he goes down, and then I'm just like, whoop.
Yeah. I think we've got like
Same,
the,
right behind.
I've been glad
Yeah.
the entire time. So
yeah. Same
Ooh,
thing
down we go.
when we get to because you said it was 2 floors. If I land and look around, it's like same thing.
Now-
like Donkey Konging it.
Yeah,
through one.
literally.
We're all just standing there waiting for him to punch through the floor for us.
And
Big
I'm like,
wall.
I may not be much use in a fight, but I can bust through a floor. You know?
Mhm.
You tell that floor.
Yeah.
With,
Why
with
did
the
you love me,
difficulty-
Dad?
Ooh, backstory. Yeah. With the difficulty of -5, you rend through this floor without issue, but you go from common area, skipping over it entirely, to first residential through second residential, and barreling down to the basement level into communal storage, as I had described previously. Inconveniently, but not too much to a Krynos werewolf, you find yourself in a chain-linked distinct space for one of the tenants residing above that is full of construction materials. Or I was going to say I did say it was full. It was full of construction materials, but now it's also full of a werewolf that smashes through drywall, 2x4s, sawhorses, etc. on their way down. Normally through chain link, this would probably draw the attention of anybody else down in this basement space, but with lights largely asymmetrically shed upon not the wall that would be most beneficial to you, you smell blood and see shadowy forms running about and hear the distinct sound of supernatural fighting. I need you to spend another willpower or risk frenzying as you continue to be in Krynos.
Are we free to move from this space towards
Whatever
whatever
that
the
is.
fuck is happening? Okay, I'm going to keep running, and I'm going to go follow me if you want to.
I will actually, at this point, I'll let them go first. I will spend the willpower, but I need to see the thing. So I'll let
Yep.
the more capable of combatants go in front of me. But as soon as I see it, I'm gonna start doing a thing.
Yeah.
Corpse Artist, you leading the charge out of the chain-linked paddock. Okay. You run out, and that asymmetrical light gets kicked. Whatever the source was sheds a little bit of light on what it would look like if they attempted a live-action Akira and had a terrible budget. For you see, when...
Wow.
Now, hold on. Is Tetsuo
I
the one who
ju-
goes...
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Calry,
I-
my body won't listen.
Yeah.
I don't understand this reference, but I'm going to go with it anyway. So please describe what you see. What I see.
Yeah. You see what appears to be the body mass of, let's call it what it is, like 4 Garou. Not just a regular human, but enough meat that would make 4 Garou who had been smoothied in a blender and smashed together. Limbs that are far too long, muscles that bulge out beyond comprehension, approximately the size of 4 sideways refrigerators standing 2.5 refrigerators tall, hunched over and swinging out violently with what appears to be bone spurs, former femurs and what have you, claws, and to your horror, as it swipes into the individual who apparently was making a last stand with a feeble revolver, it stabs into this individual's chest cavity, and as they scream out, you see as meat is being rent off of them and building onto this tornado of body horror chaos.
Oh no.
Meat tornado.
Okay. Luckily, Corpse Artist has seen Resident Evil Apocalypse, has some horror knowledge that this could be Nemesis, and is like
anything about this.
and as everyone else piles in behind him, goes, "Oh no." What else is in this room? Is there any context for how this happened and what this is that I can see or that anyone else can see? What was the event leading up to this thing happening?
Right now, do you just have your Hamid ass eyes, or are you doing anything different?
Nope, I'm gonna change into Hispo. I think,
Wonderful.
you know, if there's this here, I don't think a wolf's gonna be that big of a deal, so I'm gonna transform into Hispo. And do a rage check as I do so. Which I succeed on, so that's good. So yeah, I'm gonna be using, what do my wolf eyes see?
Although this isn't necessarily innately how shifting the glabro works, it does for this one shot. And as you do so, you notice genuine. Oh, this makes sense. You're a Gale Stalker. You see as like 1940s esque movie effects, as if they were putting over like a filter to make it look as though the spirits were flying through the air, is definitely what your actual glabro eyes see at present, as the wind itself is ripping towards this meat abomination, but probably about a good 3 to 6, that's a big span, 5 to 6 feet behind them, closer to all of you than the monster itself, is a genuine tear in the air in front of you. Something that I'm going to grant you as a Gale Stalker, and that implies a whole lot. That doesn't just have to do with wind and what have you, but you see the wind itself being rent asunder as a genuine connection to the Umbra appears to have been torn in this basement space.
I'm gonna say Umbra tear, meat monster, help.
Now,
Oh God.
Encompassing Heart. Encompassing Heart, I would like you to please give me a wits and occult. Not necessarily your specialty, but it's something I want to happen. And what's everybody else doing?
I'm gonna ask Storyteller. So I have a talisman, which is a shadow shard.
Mhm.
Can I utilize that to seal the tear, like you would a needle and thread?
You tell me, does it define specific rules for what the Shadow Shard does or is it left to our interpretation?
It's got kind of both. Give me 1 second. Let me pull up the exacts. On it.
While you read that, B. Dave, you can now see the thing.
I would like to activate my Fatal Flaw gift, which is it's kind of a mouthful. You'll probably have to read it. It's on page 175. But I need it to roll a composure and subterfuge and beat my 7 successes with whatever werewolf's version of a messy crit is. It's one of my rage dice is the critty die.
And
Hell yeah.
bearing in mind you have 7 successes, we're gonna make it messy, and I'm about to read on page 175.
It's a block of text, unfortunately. It's Fatal Flaw.
The basic contextual text, which is not the system text, reads, the Guru observe their target intently, and with the spying spirit discerns a weakness in their prey. This could be either a supernatural flaw, such as the werewolf's own vulnerability to silver, or, lacking that, a weak spot compromising the foe's defense. And B. Dave, pouring out from you, in whatever form you might be presently, whether it's still Krynos or something different, you see spectral termites crawling forth from you and racing along the ground at, supernatural speed so as to arrive immediately upon this abomination. And they begin crawling all about it in a manner that's not threatening to them, at least at present, although to possibly your horror, you do notice maybe 1 in every 15 of these spectral termites that are allowing for this gift to occur seems to wink out in a way you weren't expecting. I don't have a phenomenally great dice pool to defend against this, for I will be rolling Composure Subterfuge in its current form. It's not a subtle creature.
But it seems pretty forthright. It's kind of what's on the tin with the 4 Garu meat tornado.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's college all over again.
What?
I said what I said.
That was his nickname in college.
I don't think you need more context. He said it plainly.
I didn't even say it was one of my street names, but I've lived an interesting life. But yes, please continue.
You get the sense that this is one of those, the best defense is a good offense, and vice versa, because the people who say that can use it interchangeably. What you're able to see is that the power of the Umbra itself seems to be its greatest weakness. What has obviously caused it, once you talk about it later, what will obviously have been the cause of whatever the fuck is happening to be present is A wormhole bane, I'm just going to tell you, has been opened or allowed into the creature before you. And that same wormhole bane probably wouldn't react too well to the inciting incident, and the termites are festering around what appears to be the central mass as it tears and rends and looks for its next target. On what's probably the front, it's difficult to tell, is a gaping wound that seems to be absorbing all that black smoky energy that one of your companions can see that you don't at present. But the termites are all swarming to that space as well. Yeah.
I share that with the team. It's my intent to reveal, because some of that may mean different things to all of you. I'm like, like total Sherlock Holmes trying to read it. My intent to let you all know that.
Rivercutter, and then Spencer. Rivercutter, with that information told to you, you remember in the vision you saw an implement of some kind being used to stab yet heal people from the perspective of the kindred. While you contemplate that, Spencer.
One success.
Okay. I forgot what you were doing.
It was,
Nothing.
no, you're fine. It was wits and shoot. One second.
Oh yeah.
Occult.
It's occult.
Wits and occult.
Yep.
Yeah.
One success.
Yeah. I don't have much in those.
I want to let it happen, but let's let the rest of the group do this.
I'll use one willpower. I'll use some willpower to do it if we need to. I'll be down.
If not now, when? If not now, when, my brother?
Smoke 'em if you got 'em,
Spend it.
please.
Burn it
Spend
if you got it.
Smoke 'em if
Okay.
you got 'em.
Okay, got it. That makes it 2 successes?
Double the amount.
Hey, that's a
I
100%
know, right?
upgrade.
Ooh.
All right. People on camera, raise your hands if you want something silly but cool to happen. That's 1, 2
Can I be a part
fits.
of that?
I mean,
unanimous,
is
yeah.
something
Yeah.
something fucking metal an option? Like I don't.
Oh,
Can
for
we
sure.
get both?
So, let's be
Silly metal.
frank. A popular brand from the late 90s, early 2000s, and I think even before the late 90s, depicting colorful cheetahs, dolphins, and unicorns, was a potential misrepresentation to a lot of folklore about how badass horned horses actually are. And you being a child of Gaia, your patron spirit is the unicorn. So
Oh.
a spectral visible at present only to your person unicorn comes blundering through the halls, dashing away a lot of these decay spirits that you had some of your companions had seen previously. And as the head whips and sends a lot of them away, you see them briefly as well before they dissipate, returning to their spiritual forms in the Umbra. And in that moment, it dashes forward, tries to spear through the abomination, and is unfortunately unsuccessful. But what it does do is stamp the ground, whinny in frustration, and then it looks over in, let's call it, the far left corner. I don't have a map of this place. Just think to yourself, the far left corner from where you are is something of interest to your patron, the unicorn, who whisks away. Whisks is not the right word. I don't care.
Nah, that's cool. Flitter, gallops, wisps. It just does. It's magnificent. And I'm gonna be like,
100%.
there's a thing in the left. I don't know what it is, but we need to get over to that corner. Here's there's something over there you want on the corner. It's gonna be like, here's you want that.
I did. As the resident occult nerd, I'm gonna go do the thing. And take a I will do the flying leap skid on the treated concrete to get over to where I need to go.
That's awesome if I have to. Like, awesome.
And meanwhile, I'm going to try to get the big thing's attention away from
People.
Encyclopedia, as I am also
Please,
going
I'm
to go in
squishy.
my Hispo
Yeah.
form.
I'll team up with you on that one. I'm gonna dig my. Oh, Sam, just by the way, I'm in Hispo, not Glabro, so I'm gonna dig my full wolf snout in the middle of where the hitbox is on the enemy that was pointed out to me, and just start digging.
And I will also full Hispo form next to you, just massive brown wolf. And that is a success on my rage check.
Yay. Now, for what it's worth, this is a prudent measure because Odell had shouted about that hitbox I had described. Encompassing Heart shouts, "The corner, the far left corner. We should focus on the corner." And this creature was looking for its next target. So it swings its multi-bodies worth of mass in your direction. And as it's about to trundle forward and make a big problem out of the liminal space I was imagining and have failed to describe so far, a number of you bravely dash forward, seeking to garner its attention. What I'm going to need is a dodge check, specifically from Encyclopedia, and that will be with your dexterity and athletics, but you're going to gain 2 dice as a bonus from you're going to gain 4 dice because both of them are in crazy forms and it's a one shot and we're having fun. Go Pride Month, yay the Trevor Project. And as they are standing in to provide for you some literal meat coverage, Corpse Artist and Tears and Heels, are you taking any direct actions yourself since you're diving into the fray?
Yeah, I'm burrowing my muzzle and biting through it to get to like where the termites are pointed out that are being weird.
I think I'm going to tag team this as I see Corpse Artist diving for that spot. I'm basically diving for anything resembling a limb that would be swinging at Corpse Artist to try to distract it and keep it away from everyone else. Yeah.
All you hear is Encyclopedia going shit as they sprint and dive.
And then I growl right behind you as I come diving after.
That sounds badass, and I'm going to give both of you bonus dice. Corpse Artist, Tears and Heels, I'm going to need you to make your strength brawl pools. Don't forget to add the bonuses of 2 in your respective forms. And you also get, because once again we're having fun, an additional 2 dice because the 3 of you are working together. Slay.
I wish you did this on Night of the Worm to us more often. It would be.
Oh yeah,
so
no, we
nicer.
didn't get near this kind of friendship.
And
This is
and
for
B-Dave?
charity.
It is for charity.
This is the sound of my skill set right here.
To be clear, Rivercutter hasn't charged in just yet, right?
No, I have not.
I just look at him because I'm still in Krenos, and again, even in Krenos, I'm huge for relative to a mortal, but I'm still a small werewolf. Like again, physicality is not my thing, and I just look at Rivercutter and I just say, I guess the planning stage is over. Make sure this works, and I'm gonna stop spending willpower and allow the frenzy, and just pull the pin on myself as a Krenos-shaped grenade and just go right at this thing.
All right.
Now, B-Dave, on the Night of the Worm, when my vampires and werewolves would go into a frenzy, I asked them, do you feel comfortable taking the less than favorable actions at present, or do you need me to borrow your character? And I think you know exactly what to do here.
So I believe I said I go into a frenzy.
And
And you tell me if you need something different, but I would say Odell's whole entire thing is cautiousness. His whole entire thing is not making a mistake. And in this moment, I don't care at all. I am not a physical match for this thing. I'm simply a harpoon. It just flings myself upon it, biting and clawing to the best
Fuck it,
of my ability.
we ball.
Yeah,
And
I'm trying to do to it what I did to the floor.
After hearing
Now you
Odell
see,
died.
Dad.
As I hear Odell give that motion, Rivercutter will head over to Encyclopedia and make sure that they are taking the flack of anything that's flailing towards them while they're trying to figure out what's on the ground.
oh yeah,
And I will tell.
and
And I will say
that was encompassing, I believe. Just to be clear, because Encyclopedia is right up in the maw, but trying to be investigatory. Or I'm sorry, did I misinterpret?
you said there was something on the floor, and that's where they slid to. I thought.
I told them what was going on. Then Encyclopedia went for it, and Tears trying to help.
That all still works with the actions I
Yeah,
asked
Encyclopedia is going for the corner.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get to the creature to keep it off of Encyclopedia.
For. That all still works.
Right.
And in Rivercutter, as you run to be an assist in that, and I'm going to see what Spencer wants to do as well, I'm going to go ahead and let you know that you understand the Shadow Shard very well. It is a means by which you can enter the Umbra. It's not built to close it. However, you get the notion that it could be used to close it from the other side if you have no other means. As That's just a door that may have to be traveled through to make that happen. And if you have any bright ideas of trying to take the creature with you, do know that the Shadow Shard only works for Guru. It may have absorbed some Guru at present, or it may need to. Just depends on what plans you might have.
Buddy.
Now, Spencer, what's your course of action? And then I'm going to start checking in with people who've made dice rolls. By the way, B. Dave, put together strength ball for me, friend. Yeah.
All right.
Spencer.
Okay. As Encyclopedia dived and went, I wanted to transform into Hispo and try to go behind to see what's going on and try to figure out what is in that corner. So we're just kind of looking for the thing.
Excellent. So to describe the action for the audience, I'm sorry, go ahead, Laura.
No, I'm still fully Hamid right now. I'm still very much squashy human form, just running to try and see what it was that Encompassing pointed out in the corner. And for my dodge, that is 6 with a crit.
Oh, good. A meets it, beats it. I was the runner, but you did crit. Charity game. So you were about to take some unpleasant damage. Charity game. Instead, because we tied and you crit, that's the important part. You crit, charity game. You feel this creature in a horrifying, this usually only happens in anime fashion, reach its arm toward you, and that arm extends, fully made of meat and bone, well beyond the reach you saw it have just moments ago. And it slams the air above you, but you did the cool knee slide thingy that you described. So you're watching it pass above as you slide under. And I don't know if you've Encyclopedia's ever done the limbo before, but if they have, this beats any record they've ever had as you tilt just a little bit lower without hurting your back. By the way, I wish I was a werewolf. It turns out you could just turn into a greater form and heal off back pain, it sounds like. Yeah.
And all you hear is just the Doppler effect of Encyclopedia, just
Yeah. And Tears and Heels and Corpse Artist. It's taken many months after finishing our initial chronicle on Night of the Worm to really learn how fight mechanics work. This creature put its entire effort into trying to hit Encyclopedia. It bears no defense at present against 2 Garou, soon to be 3. So before we get to Odell, how did the two of you do?
I got 6.
Mm-hmm.
I originally had 5, but then I spent a point of willpower to raise that to 8 with a crit. Yeah.
And important for the two of you, I know Corpse Artist is using their maw. Tears and Heels, are we going claws or teeth?
Oh, I'm going teeth. As Tears and Heels turns into this Hispo form and is just this massive hulk of a wolf now. This is probably the most comfortable you have seen them in their own body since this night began. And it is just mouth open, and I'm going for whatever swung at Encyclopedia, and I'm just diving for that.
Oh yeah.
It is a dog playing fetch right now, and that is a moving target.
So an important point of clarification. None of you are kindred. What happened a few nights ago on stream probably would not have been possible for kindred. But B. Dave, I believe you held up 4 successes as well.
I would say 4 and not a crit. And this is, if you've ever encountered someone who speaks English as a second language, and what they say is technically precise, but not how anyone would say it. Where it's I hope you had a fortuitous and profitable afternoon. It's yeah, those words are words, but why'd you do it like that? That's what it's like watching Odell fight. It's just, he is damaging it, but you're no, rotate. No, sink into, oh, okay. All right. So yes, 4, not crit. Because y'all, I'm a werewolf with 0 brawl.
He's doing his best.
Aw,
I'm a werewolf
buddy.
with one strength and 0 brawl.
he is
Okay.
giving it his
all
all.
those bonus dice.
He's
When I said good
how you
boy,
gonna
I
learn?
just pat him on the head.
How are you going to learn if you don't participate? We got you. You got to participate.
so 4 non-crit, but he's swinging to the best of his ability.
This is our
Excellent.
corgi. This is our corgi right here.
Mhm.
Well, If you're swinging, no teeth, that's a really impressive amount of superficial damage, my friend.
No,
but
I'll bite it because I'm frenzying. I wouldn't think not to. I definitely would.
There we go.
I definitely would bite it. Yeah.
Phenomenal. Three of you begin ripping your teeth into this creature, and for what it's worth, I described it as having been an amorphous blob of numerous forms, and there weren't really a lot of other people down here. You can tell it's been rather successful, and whatever happened to it, its next goal was to grow. You begin ripping pieces off of this creature, and horrifyingly, but not so much as to stop you in your acts, whether in Glabro, Hispa, or Krynos forms, you feel spurs of flesh and bone attempting to grip you as you tear it away from the base body. In that act, not dramatically at all, each of you takes 2 points of aggravated damage that should heal further into the scene simply by way of being in the forms that you are presently. But you've fully ripped away additional arms, legs, long protrusions that are amalgamations of meat that could be arm, leg, or something else. And what you're left with between all the fucking damage the three of you did is mostly the initial body, which appears to be about a 5'10" human man, no longer resembling anything as such, as there are still protrusions of additional flesh and bone coming off of its original 4 limbs, still 5 at present, but no longer with all the additional mass, and it's huddled over with this gaping hole in its chest that now each of you can see appears to be fully black within. Still upright, by the way. In its current form, the way I modded out the stats to make sense with 6 werewolves coming after it, thanks to Wormtide from Renegade Game Studios. Thanks for all the different Fomori stat blocks.
Thanks, I hate it.
It looks to each and every one of you clearly not with any survival instincts, still kind of wary at the three of you bearing down on it, actively ripping parts off of it while it's in its present state. The remaining 3 of you have all borne down ever so slightly on the far left corner, the distinct location I had identified. Encyclopedia slides in. Rivercutter comes dashing around from the other direction for dramatics, as does Encompassing Heart. Encyclopedia, you see the horned snake, the horned serpent, my apologies, sifting along the ground, seemingly circling about a 5-foot area that unfortunately is similarly made up of blood and bodies.
Gross, 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 gross. I'm gonna go looking.
What do you see?
The 3 of you there all kind of like moving things and gritting your teeth as there's just viscera all about this space. See about a 13-inch long, some would call it a scalpel. It is an instrument made from fine wood and ivory with runes carved throughout. And you can tell this bears the spiritual affect of a talisman significant to Garu, but it's significant to some of those fuckers like the Black Spiral Dancers, or perhaps some of those more malevolent stargazers, for this did at one point contain a bane. And that wormhole bane is presently inside the Fomori, of much greater power than their average ilk, probably about a good 6 or 7 feet behind you. But what was implied by way of the shouts of Odell is that this instrument, now rendered non-powerful, would still be rather effective against that creature.
Oh,
real quick, right at that time is when the short king and the tall femme come dashing down the stairs. And upon seeing the 3 of you crowded into this corner and the big fight happening, they look at each other and go, okay. And they similarly shift into their full war Krynos forms. And they look at the 3 of you holding the talisman, not knowing that it's not useful. Hey, have a good night.
I'm like, oh, they're, hey, friendly. If not friend, why friend shaped? Oh, right. Got it.
They're not good boys. They're not good boys. Retreat, retreat.
The pup had to go to bed.
I know he's gone now, but I waved anyway. Yeah. The 6 of you, what comes next?
Krynos. That comes next. Immediately after seeing 3 other Krynos enter the presence.
We have 3 other Krynos or just 2?
Oh, sorry, 2. But Krynos.
Alex knows there's a 3rd. I'll just say it. It's not here.
Coming.
Oh boy.
That
Okay. Laura's brain is turning into mush because we've been at it for a minute.
We see the thing. We're all looking at it, 3 of us. The thing got ripped asunder. I'm going to change into Krynos and then play a game of hide the football. And we all be like, this, that. Stab the thing.
Yeah. I think it's time to go big or go home. So Krynos, grab thing. I need to get it to someone who's beefier than me. So Corpse, it's coming to you. So yeah, we're gonna hide the football it.
Okay. Now, Encompassing Heart and Rivercutter. I don't know if a plan was communicated, but your friend in Hamid form goes full Krynos and begins running back towards the fray with the talisman. There are these 2 other Krynos werewolves standing here. Will you face them or similarly run back to the group for greater chances in numbers?
I'm gonna try to Krynos.
We're like the we're the linemen of the crew right now. So like I'm going to Krynos.
Am I playing quarterback? Fuck.
you just decided you were gonna run off with this thing. So we're gonna line it.
Yay, sports ball.
Yeah. What I'm going to ask for from everybody, because there's an invisible lever that I'm pulling, and the lever states begin wrapping up the session relatively soon. And that lever has been pulled. What I'm going to ask each and every one of you, I believe 5 of you in particular, are taking fight actions of some kind or another. And because of the forms you've all chosen, it's very simple. That is strength plus brawl plus the bonus dice you get as a result of the forms you have shifted into at present. Corpse artist, you're a specialist. And in the respect that you are a specialist, despite the current state you're in, and especially since you only just shifted the Krynos and you're not yet at risk of losing yourself to the wolf, you watch as the Thurg of the Ghost Council fully shifts into their own Krynos form and is sprinting at you with this talisman. And you remember the words from Odell, because you haven't yet lost yourself, that there's something that can act as a weakness with that spot that you were just chewing into, your own mouth still bleeding from where it was protruding into yourself. And if you want to hold off for a moment, you can wait for your massively higher stat or dice pool to be holding the talisman, which for the purposes of what's happening presently is also just going to happen now.
Oh yeah, I'm going to wait. As soon as they get to me, I'm going to snatch it and stab into the void space that I've been trying to gnaw through to this thing. I don't think even Corpse Artist is like, this is someone on the Ghost Council that's also aware of this. It's just like, kill it, kill it, kill it. It's evil. Let's get rid of it now, now, now.
And I want everybody to be as creative as they want in this act, but 6 of you plus 1, because of all the damage that was done, horribly rendered. Meat Monster plus 2 other Guru, and it might take a long time, but you're inevitably going to win this fight. I don't want to spoil the full drama, but I do want to let you know that's where we're going, but that doesn't mean you're fully out of the woods. Please roll a bunch of dice because it's fun. Tell me the number of successes you get, and then describe the means by which you finish this scenario. So, knowing full well that one or both werewolves might try to escape.
I'm gonna put a nice little complication in this because I wasn't hoping this would happen. When I went Krynos, I rolled 2 bestial fails.
Come with me, brother.
Come with me, brother.
Man, I'm trying to end the session, James.
He's gonna try and end everything in this room. Yeah, right. Yeah.
We're about to tear everything apart. And just because I want to do it, because I know everybody else will enjoy it as well. As I'm going Krynos, I would like to activate the Howl of Assembly, because why the fuck not? So what this allows us to do is the Guru send their howl far beyond the normal range. Everybody gets an extra willpower built back within 100 meters. So while we're all going Krynos, we will be able to hold there a little longer. So we will give off the howl as and then everybody will get their willpower.
And for an additional, every die you have in front of you, anybody can roll or make a howl in real life, and you can roll all the dice in front of you if you do so.
all the dice. I have a number of dice in front of me.
All
You
the
don't want me to
dice in
roll
front
like
of me?
all
I
the
have
dice
the whole
in front of me.
set.
You know
I
what?
said what I said.
Everybody's gonna be howling all
Well,
night.
I'd like the record to show I actually got 5 with a crit this time, so it's like, oh wait, somebody. But I haven't read the roll the tray of dice, but it's sort of like the new kids walk in, and I'm like, oh, I can't embarrass the click here. I rotate the hips and then put the body into it. Okay, right.
Center
Perfect.
yourself, Odell.
Center right.
Through the hips and torso.
Through the hips. Yes, no, I got
As
it.
we're having this argument, Odell, you feel like the nudge as Tears is still in hispo form, just like nudge you at the elbow as they like tip their head back, and just with a very loud, like almost to your ear, although you're now taller in that Krynos form, just that ooh, and then I would like to use my hair's leap, and I'm gonna lunge for whatever one's the furthest away because I don't want anything getting away.
This just
Excellent.
got insane. I love this.
Nice.
Right.
Storyteller, since I am
Yes.
not actively trying to get into fisticuffs, but I am trying to dodge to get to my compatriot, could I perchance do some Dexy Dex things instead?
Yes. This will be the means by which you express your finesse. This will be your dexterity plus athletics, and I believe you get the same +4 bonus to dexterity because it's all physical tests.
Yep.
So, and you howled, so it's all the dice you have in front of you. I forgot. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Post Howl is 20 successes with 3 crits.
Good. Excellent.
I'm like,
I don't have to
Grandfather
remember this.
Thunder,
I don't know how many. dice are
grant
in
me
front of
glory.
20, 23? I'm gonna put that as 23.
18
Oh
with
my god.
crit.
18 crit.
I rolled 14
Yep.
dice and only got 3 successes. I don't know what the hell's going on.
What?
Oh my goodness.
Blow some willpower.
Listen, I don't have any physical dice, but I still got 8 successes from what I had anyway. So.
Well, that's 2 crits from that. So
You got some D10s there, don't you?
There you go.
Like it's all the way over there.
I have 2 sets of
Literally all
crits
the sort of way.
for a total
Things are
of,
going down.
if I'm mathing right, that's 15, but both of my rage dice are 1s.
Again,
That's
I'm
the
trying
most
to end
brutal
this session.
outcomes.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
it only
I am trying to do damage. So the
Fine.
brutal outcome is there is just this wolf that flies through the air, and I'm just gonna like its claws, its teeth. It is not graceful. It is like a dog that has found that, when a dog just gets a little bit of the chew toy open and there's just a little bit of stuffing and you just have to rip it all out in rapid sequence.
Just
It's
shake it.
that,
Shaking it.
but with this like Krynos wolf standing in front of the door.
Those of you that are of a certain age now will remember Airwolf. That there it is. Airwolf came true.
Oh my god.
And I think I'm missing a success pool for one person. I have one person I haven't heard from yet.
Me, my success pool is 10 successes after howling. And I'm going after the other one that she's not going after.
And James, I believe that with a crit, you're now looking at 7 total, or is it higher than that?
No, so that brought me up to 2 crits. With 2 more.
Mhm.
So that puts me at 10 total, correct? Yeah, 4 and 4. So yeah.
Let's see. You had 4, 3, 5, 6. Okay, cool. With a total of 84 successes, including numerous crits.
Jesus H.
Most of you at present are entirely obliterating the abomination's attempts to rebuild itself, because the meat may be detached, but it isn't gone. And so, to the horror of any onlookers who at present just so happen to be all Garu, it is attempting to rebuild itself with every inch of its presence as you continuously rend it asunder. It is only upon Odell doing maneuvers, flipping about, avoiding stalks of you guys accidentally potentially attacking them, that they are able to slap the scalpel into Corpse Artist's hand, and Corpse Artist, for drama's sake, unless you hate this idea, I'll say that you potentially had to have spent a willpower to have not frenzied as you looked down and you stayed focused on the prize and you were able to smash, and I mean it literally, this talisman into the chest of this Fomori.
I
At the
smashed
same
meat.
time,
I did it.
Smash the meat.
you
Smash
did.
the meat.
You
yeah.
smashed that meat.
Smash the meat.
At the same time, there were those of you who were holding the line, and as one of the guru was about to turn and run, because once again, not unlike real life, none of these fights were happening for long. Tears and Heels flies through the air, Ma closing on the neck of the would-be retreater and making certain that shit wasn't possible. And what probably only in this fray took a total of 15 to 20 seconds, that might be generously long, you seemingly end the fight. Now, the two guru could stand a chance of recovering. It depends on how badly wounded they are at present. But you watch as the abomination's form begins crumpling in on itself. That wormhole bane released from the talisman back into the creature from within itself is crumbling into the umbra. The umbral tear still up in the air and not yet addressed by the group.
I'll shift back to Homid form because I can't be staying in this and not frenzying.
Same.
And I'll look over to Encyclopedia because Encyclopedia seems like the one with the knowledge, and I sort of hand it and go, "Can you fix it?"
I don't know, Storyteller. Can I fix it?
You probably have. Oh, first of all, does anybody have? I don't remember the name of the gift, but it's the gift that means you keep all your clothes when you shift in the Krynos.
Absolutely not.
Excellent. For flavor, we can say that you all do, unless you want to be stark naked in this blood basement. But somewhere where your stuff is, if it's not on you, is enough stuff that I would allow for you to break the standard skill attribute and roll craft occult if you wanted to try to rebuild this thing.
Actually, I've got the stuff. I've got the stuff. Fuck it.
Rivercutter, I need you to make a willpower test for me with the remaining dots you have, if any, because before shifting and going into frenzy, you knew there was a potential other way of sealing this rift, and you are frenzied at present.
I am. You're absolutely right, and that puts me at willpower of 3 when I have currently a rage of 3. Should be interesting.
Now, the book states how these tests work a little bit differently, but that is how we establish things in our series. So yes, your difficulty is 3.
Holy crap. That was 3 successes.
Whoo! You feel a dire need in your Krynos form to shift down to the extent that you can grab the talisman, which shifts with you. It is an artifact of the Guru, and solve this problem yourself. You don't do that shit. I don't need to describe it any further. Encyclopedia, you're crafting.
9 with a crit.
Fuck. In the blood basement, I'm gonna call it what it is. You deftly, quickly, it probably takes a good 30 seconds. Let's be real. It's a stressful situation and blood is everywhere, but you get this talisman back in working order. The ivory, which should go back to whatever it is you're supposed to do with found ivory, and wood come together again, and your occult prowess with the power, the spirit caller powers of the Thurg by way of your chosen tribe, the Ghost Council, make this talisman whole. This talisman caused the tear in reality. What do you do?
Yeah. If the talisman is what is going to keep this thing open, that tells me that it needs to be destroyed.
The one you just fixed. Excellent. Now,
I don't know. I don't know about these things.
I hear you, Doc. No, yes, you do. You're the expert. You're the Thurg Ghost Council. So to break it, that is exactly what needs to happen. I'm just sarcastic. You deftly hold it up in the air directly next to the rift, and you feel as your flesh begins pulling towards the rift itself.
No. Crunch. It's that thing. I think they run forward, realize they're not stopping, and start to panic, and then snap it over their knee.
Now, Tears and Heels, in their own brutal critical, was feeling bloodlust to the extent that they were potentially going to be at risk of frenzy themselves. But everybody gets rocked when their domes smash something, which is what happens to all 6 of you. For as a result of the Umbra being closed again in the manner that it just was, you all blast to the most conveniently nearby surface, whether it be wall, ceiling, or floor. And that gives all of you cause to leave your frenzied states.
Ow.
It is at about this time that, because there's no longer a meat blender happening, that you hear the distinct sounds of gunfire from above. It appears as though, once again, not out of the woods just yet. You don't know what happened between the bomb individuals and the security individuals from Keystone upstairs, but it seems like it's not going terrifically well. For convenience sake, corpse artist. Potentially on a smartwatch that's large enough to fit a shifted Krynos, or no, you had shifted down. You're no longer Krynos.
Clarification, I took the satchel and the watch off as I was running, so I am naked, but I still have a working watch and a satchel, and that's important to know.
Excellent. With your watch and satchel in tow, or whatever device you would need to look for confirmation, for convenient purposes, it's been maybe 20 minutes since you first arrived and got confirmation of assistance. What was your specialty in the armed services?
It was actually, I was a drone pilot.
You sure as fuck were. And the technology check I had you roll went very well. Not spectacularly, but well enough that you look down, and by way of this jailbroken device, potentially with the assistance of Encyclopedia in your past, you're now looking at the feed of a drone that's staring down at a bunch of Keystone motherfuckers who are facing off against non-Keystone motherfuckers. Nobody's a friend. What do you do?
Now, because I was in the 32nd Regiment Royal Artillery, which specifically, I looked this up, has the Desert Hawk UAV, which they use specifically for unmanned drone operations in the UK military. Would I know how to arm this drone with maybe a small bomb or a small gun?
Raise your hand if you think that sounds cool. Okay, yes.
So I'm gonna pilot this, and I'm going to start now. Can I just say the gun is filled with blanks? It's not an actual gun, but I want it to cause some ruckus upstairs to hopefully split everyone apart. So I'm going to release some firecrackers from the drone, and then it's going to start firing blanks from like a little like rigged up gun that's on this drone, and I'm going to be like, so it's been 21 minutes, and it's time for us to in fact leave. Is that okay?
Let's go.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
Start running out the building. I am naked, actually. Might shift a hispo on the way out, just so there's a dog, which is less suspicious than a naked man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
I think as like I've been like thrown against the wall and I pull myself up, Tears the Heels actually shifts down to their default form, which is a lupus, as they are wolf-born, and then like goes, stops, turns around, picks up the hat, and you see this wolf running with this hat in its mouth.
Lupus for all. We're going.
Yeah.
Aaron,
Lupus for all.
Chronicle. You would gain so many benefits in a longer chronicle for that choice, because I'm silly. Earlier tonight, maybe only 10 to 15 minutes ago, time is weird, I pulled a lever, and that lever denotes that through a lot of trial, as a result of maybe some but not all individuals realizing that those were blanks, and a complication the chat bought earlier, meaning that amid the Keystone individuals was a mage. We are instead going to just say, "Ooh," and everybody please take a turn, and with 1 to 2 sentences, and try to be diligent about this. It's fun when we begin describing things. Exhibit A, guilty. 1 to 2 sentences, a crazy thing that happened on your way out. Go.
I want to do something after they all get out first, so then I'll do my thing. I'll let everyone else go first.
I would just, as we're charging out, I stay in Krynos to the very last second, and then I stop and I shift back to a naked person, and I look at everything that's happening, and I just say, yeah, that pretty much was the plan. And then I turn into a wolf too and run.
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Oh my god.
All right. I'll call people out. Spencer.
As I joined Lupus form right now, it's before he said, like, this is all according to plan. I'm like, note to self, whenever he says he has a plan, be careful about that. And we're just running into the night.
And Aaron.
I think as we are running, what I would like to do kind of as we run up the stairs and out, I'm looking for something because my own character's selfish goal is to just destroy human-made stuff. So I am basically like, as we're like leaving the exterior, is there any kind of like, the gas main that's usually outside a building around the side? I'm gonna set the hat down for just a second. I'm gonna run over and just like with my teeth, just like yank it open, and then pick up my hat and like start running. I'm gonna pick up the pace.
Now there's a real clock ticking.
Oh boy.
Laura.
You said there was some mage bullshit happen, right?
Yeah.
So I think Encyclopedia like goes down to Lupus Horn, starts bounding up the stairs, and suddenly whoop, they are at the top floor out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And they're just gonna run out that door where the kindred was in the cage. Just okay.
And James?
As Rivercutter shifts into the Hispo, you realize that this Hispo has got like pieces of fur missing and like a half gnawed leg. As she runs up the stairs, watching everybody else just vanish, like moving very quickly. There's a bunch of just commotion going on outside, like in this very small vicinity. And Rivercutter just plops down for a second, scratches their ear, looks around, and just bounds off as if this was just a normal day for them.
And finally, Alex.
So I get up to like almost the exit, and I shift back into Homid, seeing that the gas main has very kindly been ripped out of the wall for me, which makes it so much easier. I flick out, and it's not even a lighter, it's like literally a box of matches. And I just say out loud to myself, like a little prayer, it's just, you've been found guilty of crimes against the Litany, and the solemn executioner sentences you to death. And I throw the match in the gas main and just book it outside as hopefully everything explodes. And there's like an earthquake in the ground, and everyone's just like, what the fuck was that?
Now, the way in which you tell the story later would certainly allow for you to state that you for sure were not blown onto your face and then got up and kept running again, even though that is literally what happened. You were the last one there. No one would be able to say differently. But each and every one of you is able to make it a safe distance away, conveniently enough that you realize with no pursuers, because they're either all burning, being terrified by a drone firing blanks that seems to be set up pretty well to auto fire with its pilot running away, or continuously shooting at each other with one asshole seemingly blocking and throwing bullets aside, because mages do that. You get back to the car. Some of you naked. Jump into I believe this one was the Honda Odyssey, and heading back out, touching the main road, when coming from another direction must be those same cops, because how big can this county be? But clearly never tried looking up the hill towards you guys. Turning right, heading up the hill, probably a good 10 seconds after you're heading in the opposite direction. So why would they think of you again? You find your way well and good on back over to Amboy. It hasn't been that long. You probably arrive right about the time a Nissan Altima pulls up next to you, and eating probably still some of the Slim Jims. She's still Guru at heart. She can eat that while pregnant. And some of the other things that were gifted to her. She's noshing as she looks through the window, jumping out to check on all of you. Like, the only car that didn't look like an official vehicle was, oh my God, some of you are naked. You are all covered in blood. Is this a success?
I thought you still had the heart of a guru. Yes.
I give a little like wolfy bark in response as my head's just like resting on the window.
I position your hat very. Yeah, I position Tez's hat so it's on top of her wolf head.
Each of you, as a result of sharing whatever portion of the tale you would like to tell, because in fact dozens of other members of the Pacific Northwest's Guru Nation are still celebrating at Nyx this night, each of you gains 1 point of honor as a result of these events, which is one of the great pieces of renown that is essential to your life and ascension in the Werewolf the Apocalypse. Everybody, that was a rousing success. Sarah may not have recognized it immediately, but I sure did.
We
Thank you for
survived.
joining my game.
Absolutely.
We made it.
And thank you
Yeah.
everyone for
Yay.
donating all of that, all those wonderful changes to this story. Thanks to the over to the Trevor Project.
How do we
We're
do?
at 540. We're at $547
We are over
and 70
50%.
cents.
We're over 50% of our goal of $1,000.
Hell yeah.
Hooray.
Now,
everybody.
Pretty darn
as we
good.
say goodbye, as we say goodbye to you all tonight, we would be remiss if we didn't go, or if we didn't also spout the great value of Gallery RPG. It's a queer storytelling system that is currently available on Backer Kit from a San Diego creator, and she has graciously donated funds to also help keep the lights on Tabletop Misfits. And we would love to turn that back around and encourage all of you to use a search engine of your choice to look up Gallery, Gallerie RPG. It is a phenomenal game with beautiful art created by independent queer creators for independent queer stories. And not unlike with the Guru World, it's all about overcoming change in the best ways possible. Sincerely looks like a phenomenal game. I got to meet her about a week and a half ago. Phenomenal person as well. Please go give that a look if you have the chance. Thank you all for being here and watching tonight, as well as, especially those, but not limited to those who donated to the Trevor Project. All those funds are going directly to the charity. They can't do their work without donations such as those that you gave. Thank you so, so much. Donations are still open through the rest of the month. We, of course, have our 24-hour charity stream beginning with Alex, I believe, tomorrow. Does that sound right to you?
Help me. Help me.
And so I can cut myself off. I have been your storyteller this evening. You can find me in a lot of other projects here on Tabletop Misfits. My name is Sam, and I'm going to popcorn over to Spencer.
Thank you all for joining us today. It's for amazing cause. It's amazing time to meet all these individuals. My name is Spencer Odell, aka Simply Samurai, professional sword guy. Check me out on Instagram. And we also have some amazing things happening at Gen Con for Citizens of the Shield List, where we will be doing a charity stream, live stream, to promote the cause for Children's Aid. I'm going to pop it off to the next.
Who next?
Yeah, who's next? Laurie, you can go next.
Oh. I was like, did I miss my cue? Wait, yeah. Right, sure.
Hold on, what happened? Hi, hello, good evening, folks. You can call me Laura or Tutu or Laura Tutu. My pronouns are she, they. And I would like to thank the Tabletop Misfits and everyone who joined in, who donated. It has been a blast. I'm so happy to finally sit at a table with these wonderful folks. When I'm not here, you can find me at Crit Hit Chronicles on Fridays for Shadows Over Baldur's Gate, our spiritual sequel to the Hitlerian Studios video game Baldur's Gate 3. On Wednesdays, you'll find me over at Rebels Without a Castle for the Stone Lord's Folly, a homebrew D&D 5e campaign by my dear friend Zach Savage Lore. And if you like listening to my voice, you can also hear me on The Road to Hell, an award-winning Hunter the Reckoning podcast from Messy Crit Productions. Our penultimate episode dropped today. The finale is in 2 weeks. Shit's gonna pop off, guys. And if you want to see where else I'm going to be and what else I'm doing, you can check out my socials _Laura22 on most platforms, or my website, laura22.com.
What chronicle? A whomst? Hunter.
I love it. Shut up. James.
All right, yeah. So I'm James, otherwise known as here at Tabletop Misfits. We have a variety of shows that we have going on throughout the rest of the year. I am surrounded by absolutely amazing creators all the time, which is an honor and a blessing. And once again, thank you to all those that hung out with us this evening, donated, and just shared. Sometimes we don't understand how much it means just to share the project, even if you don't have the opportunity or the funding to donate. It means a lot to everybody. You can find all of our stuff on Tabletop Misfits. We have shows on Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Sundays, and I think I'm coming up on Tuesdays here soon. So it's all over the place. But yeah, and you can also find us at Gen Con, where myself, Sam, and Jacob will be at Gen Con. We'll be running around. We'll have stickers and a live play in both Werewolf and Vampire. So go check that out on Gen Con and help us boost those numbers. That'd be awesome. Let's bounce it over to Aaron.
Hi, I'm Erin, and you can find me across the social media as Travel Nerding. I am a professional game master and full-time nurse. You can find me occasionally, although right now we're a little tight on space, but you can find me running games on Start Playing. You can also find me coming to a Gen Con near you. I will be at D3 at Sea and also PAX Unplugged later this year as well. And it has been an absolute pleasure to play with these absolute icons, raise some money for the Trevor Project, hopefully raise some awareness for the Trevor Project as well. Happy Pride Month. This is obviously a cause that is near and dear to my little queer heart too, so it is an absolute privilege to be a pleasure of this with some incredible talent. So thank you all for having me.
B Dave.
It is I, B. Dave Walters. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for donating. Thank you for all of that. As of Sunday, I'm going to be gone more or less nonstop until October. So if you're in Ohio next week on the 4th of July at D&D in the Castle, we're doing a live event that's open to the public. There's links on my threads. Then I'm going to Hungary, Romania, running D&D at Dracula's Castle, which lamentably means I'll miss SDCC. Coming from Romania directly to Gen Con, leaving Gen Con, going to Australia for a month, coming back from Australia. I think I have a week home, and then I leave to do another D&D weekend, and I'm going to go direct my second film and leave the set of the second film to go back to England for D&D in a Castle. So it's a time. It's a time, but thank you for tuning in. Thank you for your generosity. If you see me at any of these places up to and including Gen Con, definitely say what's up. And yes, I am taller than you think. You should still come say hi. Oh, yes. And who's left? Is anybody left?
Oh, me.
Yeah, right.
I'm here, and then we'll go to the storyteller because he deserves the cool with and like in a film, like and Sam. I'm Alex. I'm blonded94 on the internet. My pronouns are tired/AF/she/her. I'm here on Tabletop Misfits doing stuff. It's 5:28 in the morning here in England right now, and I'm doing a 24-hour live stream tonight, 11 p.m. my time, but 6 p.m. EST, to raise money, more money for the Trevor Project, where I'm going to play Date Everything for most of that time, which hopefully should be very fun because I've never played before. And there'll be other things going on. So make sure you tune in and you can enter our giveaway, because everyone who donates gets entered into the giveaway, where we have cool prizes that you can find on Instagram and stuff. And you can also just comment, share, and like that post on Instagram, and you also get entered for free. I DM Candela Obscura on Tabletop Misfits. That's all on YouTube. I play a very different guru in Night of the Worm, which Sam also DMs on Tabletop Misfits, and I'm around. I sometimes play a Dragonborn Ranger who likes bees in Dresser Quest. And I'm just around, man. Sam, finish us off, please. Help.
You're muted, Sam.
You're muted. You're so muted.
We made it this whole way. We made it this whole way until they stepped on it. Yep.
It has to happen at least once per game. Otherwise, I disappear. Alex, thank you so much for all the work you do with Tabletop Misfits, as well as for staying up until 5:30 GMT. Everybody, once again, I have been your storyteller. We've been so blessed to have you. Thank you for supporting us and the Trevor Project. We can't wait to see you all at the next table. Take care.